Chapter 26. The young girl readily agreed to Lin's request. Playing games on the top of the Black Rock Peak felt like a duel between two powerful cultivators. The young girl liked this feeling very much. Just like that, the young girl hovered her six-feathered staff in the air. Immediately afterward, a pink, streamlined screen of light appeared around the staff. This was the light evasion technique for sword kinesis flight. The pink, streamlined screen of light had the effect of stabilizing the body of the cultivator and providing protection from the wind and sun. This was also a spell technique that could only be mastered by cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. Seeing the young girl wave at him, Lin stepped onto the staff nervously. Sword kinesis flight. To be honest, he was a little looking forward to it. This is my first time, be gentle. And Lin said timidly, Ha ha ha, don't worry, baby, I'll be very gentle. The young girl replied heartlessly with a smile on her face. Then she purposely canceled the wind protection function of the light evasion technique. The six-feathered staff vibrated for a while, then shot into the sky like a rocket. Aha! The six-feathered staff flew extremely quickly, and the wind howled around it. Standing on the staff, Lin screamed in fright. Almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the slender and soft waist of the young sorceress in front of him. Slap! A slap flew over, and the young girl yelled, Pervert! And Lin let go of her with tears in his eyes. The speed of the staff's flight was almost at the speed of sound. How could he not panic? His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Looking down, the terrifying height scared him so much that his legs turned to jelly. Sword kinesis flight is so scary. Sword kinesis flight is so scary, and Lin felt a little dizzy from flying on a sword. Above the barrier, Madagascar fell silent as he watched Lin and the young girl fly further and further away. Is this what it means to fly together? I feel like these two are a little different. She looked at the notebook in her hand, which recorded the data of each student. And Lin's data had changed slightly. And Lin, combat capability, 120 achievement score, 150 Lu Qianhuan, combat capability, 850 achievement, 300. I think Lu Qianhuan was ranked 4th on the heaven roll last time. If it weren't for the fact that she's so obsessed, she could actually fight for the top 3. Forget it. As long as the two of them don't team up to bully others, it won't be considered a violation of the rules. I can't be bothered with this matter. They're about to fly out of my jurisdiction. Let's share this data with the other teachers first. Madagascar was very busy. She used her spiritual consciousness to observe more than a dozen battles on the battlefield at the same time. So when Lin and the others flew away, she no longer paid attention to them. During this period of time, she had paid special attention to Lin. In fact, she had gained a lot, so she was very satisfied. She had a good idea in her mind. She just had to go back and apply to the school to implement it. While flying, Lin learned the real magical girl's name. Her name was Lu Qianhuan, and she was a third-year student from Class 1. At the same time, she was also very knowledgeable in the mortal world. She was extremely fond of the entertainment culture of the mortal world, especially esports games. And Lin could deeply understand this hobby from her mobile version of League of Legends. Look, the Black Rock Peak is right ahead. Lu Qianhuan shouted excitedly. Saying this, she increased the speed of her sword kinesis flight by another level, and Lin gazed at the pitch-black peak that was 100 meters tall in front of him. Hot tears welled up in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart that they had finally arrived. After this terrible first experience of flying on a sword kinesis flight, he felt that he had already completely developed acrophobia and tachyphobia. There was a flat area about 15 feet wide at the top of the Black Rock Peak. Its surface was smooth and flat as if it had been flattened by a sharp weapon. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan landed on the peak, only to find that there was already a man meditating there. Is he a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator? And Lin asked the young girl beside him nervously as he tidied up his hair that had been blown into a stylish hairstyle by the fierce winds. Logically speaking, only cultivators of the spirit-nurturing stage would have the ability to reach this peak. However, and Lin sensed the aura of an 8th stage Tao body from that person, which was why he asked this question. Lu Qianhuan shook her head and said, he only has a cultivation base of the 8th stage Tao body. That's strange. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Right at this moment, the man who was meditating opened his eyes and looked toward Lin and Lu Qianhuan. His appearance was that of a 14 or 15-year-old youth. His features were extremely delicate, and his eyes were extremely pure. The youth stood up, raised his hands horizontally, and saluted to Lin and Lu Qianhuan. Seeing this, Lin also returned the salute. For some reason, he couldn't muster up the slightest bit of hostility toward this youth. The youth's expression was indifferent, and he said gently, "Please don't hit me. I'll leave right away." And Lin, Lu Qianhuan. Immediately afterward, the youth took out a thick bundle of rope and wrapped it around the white pole that he had materialized using an immortal spell. The white pole pierced into the ground, and then he slowly slid down the mountain while holding onto the rope. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan fell silent as they watched the youth's indifferent figure disappear into the distance. "I feel like he's very strange," and Lin said after a long while. Lu Qianhuan nodded in agreement. Just the fact that an 8th stage Tao body could come meditate on the Black Rock Peak was already very strange. At the foot of the Black Rock Peak, the youth raised his head to look at the peak and sighed regretfully. "How unlucky! It took me so much effort to find such a peaceful place." Right at this moment, an extremely beautiful girl holding a flaming longsword appeared in front of him. "First year, Class 1, Su Xiaolan, please enlighten me." The youth was momentarily dazed. Then a bitter expression appeared on his face. "Fifth year, Class 1, Chin Chin. Say, junior student Su Xiaolan, can you let me go? I want to farm achievement points, so I'm sorry, Senior Chin Chin." After saying this, Su Xiaolan mercilessly slashed at Chin Chin with the flaming long sword in her hand. Scorching hot flaming sword radiance gushed out from the sword and instantly cleaved Chen Chin into 2 halves. After that, Chen Chen's body, which had been split in half, turned into white mist and dissipated in front of her. Su Xiaolan was startled by the scene before her eyes. The youth's figure and aura had completely disappeared, as if he had never been there in the first place. That's strange. Could it be some kind of miraculous escape technique? Su Xiaolan was perplexed. That youth was only of the 8th stage Tao body, yet he was able to escape from her without making a sound. This was far too unrealistic. Behind a mountain peak 1,000 feet away from Su Xiaolan, a white mist suddenly appeared. Then, Chin Chen's figure slowly walked out from the white mist. "Sigh, I've wasted some vital energy again. How unlucky." Chin Chin sighed faintly. Above the barrier, an elder sitting on a gourd narrowed his eyes and looked curiously at the youth below. Chin Chen's data was recorded in his notebook. Chin Chin, combat capability. Achievement points: 0 Su Xiaolan, combat capability. 260 achievement points. 160-inch, speaking of which, Chin Chin was of the 8th stage Tao body when he first entered the university. It's been almost 5 years now, and he's still of the 8th stage Tao body. Moreover, he's participated in quite a few free-for-all battles and hasn't been involved in a single battle. Even when spirit-nurturing stage students come looking for trouble, he can still easily escape. Not taking into account other things, his escape skills are already top-notch. The elder nodded silently. As expected of students who were chosen by a true god, every single one of them was so interesting. Among the 50,000 new students in the university, only 5 had a letter of recommendation from a true god. Apart from the 3 first-year students, one of them was already at the top of the Immortal Rankings board, and the last one was Chin Chin. "I really hope that you can fight just once." Don't tell me you're just going to graduate in obscurity like this." The old man looked down at Chen Chen with anticipation as he spoke in a low voice. Chapter 27. And Lin arrived at the summit of the Black Rock Peak as he wished. He only needed to meditate for a day, and he would be able to master the Earth Lotus Supreme skill. Lu Qianhuan wanted to play games with him at the summit. Theoretically speaking, he didn't have the time to meditate. But don't forget, and Lin had invented a method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while squatting down to meditate. This was actually a cultivation method that allowed one to multitask. Squatting down while cultivating was considered multitasking, and playing games while cultivating was also considered multitasking. As long as the environment was peaceful enough, and as long as he had enough stamina, it wouldn't be difficult for him to circulate this cultivation method. Just like that, and Lin began his leisurely life of playing games while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could see the progress bar of the Earth Lotus Supreme skill on the system. As time passed, it slowly increased. As long as the progress bar was full, then his Earth Lotus Supreme skill would successfully break through to the first stage. During the breathing process, apart from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could also feel a strange energy slowly flowing into his body from the summit of the Black Rock Peak, continuously tempering his body. This feels so good. And Lin looked up at the sky and sighed in his mind. Then he selected Lux on his phone. He wanted to see if the Lux on this phone could destroy 3 defense towers with a single final spark. Unfortunately, that skill seemed to be exclusive to the real young sorceress, and Lin's inferior version of Lux was brutally trampled, and the battle ended 8 minutes into the game. Then he accepted reality and began to choose heroes with high burst damage. Every round, he would try to send the young sorceress home a few more times. That way, he would be able to struggle at death's door a little longer. Thus, every time the game ended, and Lin would be able to kill her more than 10 times, and the game would also drag on for more than 10 minutes. Lu Qianhuan was always insta-killed by Lin in the game, so she was a little unhappy. She puffed up her cheeks and looked at Lin pitifully. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and she looked extremely adorable. Seeing this, Lin decided to let her have her way. After all, winning or losing had no effect on him. However, before he could do that, Lu Qianhuan had already spoken. "Wait for me. I'm going to update a game." "Huh? Update the game?" And Lin blinked his eyes, unable to wrap his head around it. After saying this, Lu Qianhuan tapped open an interface on her phone. Then her jade-like fingers danced over her phone like a butterfly, leaving a series of afterimages in her wake. Seeing this scene, Lin was shocked. Holy sh*T. His hand speed must have reached 200. No, it might already be 300. Was this still the lousy magical girl I knew? Her hand speed had already crushed a pro player's. Moreover, her phone's interface was a series of codes. Was she programming? Are they really manually updating the game? After a while, Lu Qianhuan's hand stopped moving. "Phew, success," she said happily, then rubbed her slender fingers, looking a little tired. And Lin was already numb from watching. If a programmer were to see the scene of her programming on the spot, he would be scared to tears. Lu Qianhuan shared a file with Lin for him to update. After updating, the two of them started playing the mobile version of League of Legends again. This time, she chose Garen. She was probably planning on using tanky equipment to increase her defense so that she wouldn't be insta-killed by Lin again. And Lin was a little surprised. She didn't choose Lux, the magical girl. This seemed to be the first time she had used another game character. At this time, Lin had already chosen Master of Shadows. It was also an assassin-type hero with high burst damage. Master of Shadows went out, and then it saw Garen wielding a 40-meter-long sword. This Garen went out with a red crystal, then stood under its own defensive tower and continuously swung its sword at the enemy's defensive tower. Everyone says that Garen's sword is 40 meters long. Lu Qianhuan explained with a satisfied expression. As expected, this is more realistic. And Lin grimaced. How the F***CK was he supposed to play this game? He had finally reached level 6, so he went home to buy equipment that would increase his damage output. He was planning on fighting to the death. Right at this moment, Lu Qianhuan did her own voiceover and yelled, "Demasha!" Then a 40-meter-long golden sword descended from the sky and slashed toward Master of Shadows. The phone screen flashed with a golden light. After the golden light faded, the screen turned black. The poor Master of Shadows died on the spot while he was buying equipment at the base. This is called a flying sword. It can behead an enemy general from thousands of kilometers away. Lu Qianhuan explained, and Lin nodded with a solemn expression. For a sword that's 40 meters long, the range of a powerful technique should be longer, and the power should also be more powerful. Lu Qianhuan, your changes are very reasonable. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes lit up with joy. Not bad, you know me well. Finally, the game ended, and Lin's stats, 0 kills, 12 deaths. He felt that this was the worst stats he had ever had since playing League of Legends. No, he refused to admit that this was League of Legends. Even though he was piking with Lu Qianhuan, he felt that they were definitely playing a different game. Not only did Lin's opponent know how to use cheats, but she also knew how to create cheats in real time. Night slowly fell, and Lu Qianhuan pulled out a luminous magic tool. This magic tool was in the shape of a disc and emitted a gentle white glow. There were also bursts of warm air around it to ward off the cold. Then, the two of them started playing again, and Lin's current record was 50 losses and 0 wins. He was already numb to the losses and was trampled on by Lu Qianhuan in all sorts of ways. At the summit of the mountain, one could clearly see the countless stars in the night sky. The full moon hung in the sky. It looked very large, as if it were very close to them. The sound of explosions occasionally rang out from the ground in the distance. There were also colorful immortal spells that appeared from time to time, illuminating the pitch-black night scenery. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan played their game leisurely on the summit of the mountain. Compared to the other students participating in the free-for-all battle, their style was clearly different at Lin's cultivation base. His constitution was already extremely powerful. Pulling an all-nighter for 1 or 2 nights wouldn't affect him much. Then he was dragged by Lu Qianhuan to play an all-nighter. At noon the next day, a faint golden light suddenly appeared all over Lin's body. Immediately afterward, countless golden vein patterns appeared on his skin. These vein patterns formed an extremely mysterious pattern. After a short while, these vein patterns and golden light began to disappear. However, Lu Qianhuan had seen all of this. Oh my God! Did you achieve enlightenment while playing the game? Great God! How did you do it? Lu Qianhuan was astonished. Her purple eyes blinked as she looked at Lin, and it was as if stars were about to appear in them. And Lin really didn't know how to answer her off-topic question. His Earth Lotus Supreme skill had just reached the first stage. Countless pieces of information regarding the Earth Lotus Supreme skill began to flow into his mind. This was a cultivation method that fused with the power of the Earth. In the early stages of cultivation, it could strengthen one's body in all aspects. It could also enhance the power of Earth-type immortal spells. For example, the system had notified that the power of Lin's mountain-quaking fist had been doubled. I can feel that your body has become much stronger, and the aura within your body has also become much more powerful. Lu Qianhuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. She grabbed onto Lin's hand and said excitedly, "Can you teach me a cultivation method that can make me stronger by playing games?" If she could learn this cultivation method, then she wouldn't have to abandon her cultivation because she was addicted to games. This was a cultivation method that she wanted to learn even in her dreams. And Lin was exasperated. How could he possibly know a cultivation method that could make him stronger by playing games? However, He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ahem! I have a cultivation method that can allow you to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth while playing games. Do you want to learn it? And Lin asked, Of course, of course. Lu Qianhuan replied without hesitation. But I have a condition. That is, after I teach you this cultivation method, you have to let me go. And Lin continued. He still had a mission from the system to complete, so he couldn't stay here and play games for 3 days straight. A hint of hesitation appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face, but in the end, she still agreed to Lin's condition. Between a fish and a bear's paw, the bear's paw was more important. At most, she could use the bear's paw to catch the fish and Lin in the future. Chapter 28. On the summit of the Black Rock Peak, and Lin taught Lu Qianhuan the multitasking breathing technique. After learning it, Lu Qianhuan sent Lin back to the surface with a satisfied expression. Then she flew away to find someone else to practice her techniques with. After regaining his freedom, Lin was in an extremely good mood. Once again, he set out on the path of hunting severely wounded enemies. His Earth Lotus Supreme skill had already reached the first stage, and his strength had improved by quite a bit. However, he still didn't have a concrete idea of just how strong he had become. He needed to find someone to spar with in order to find out. Students who could attend this school were all outstanding talents among their peers. The cultivation methods they cultivated were also definitely top-notch cultivation methods in the cultivation world. Thus, even though Lin had learned the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, he still didn't have the confidence to fight someone of the same rank as him. I hope I can encounter someone of a lower rank than me this time, so I can familiarize myself with my strength. As Lin thought this, he encountered someone he was very familiar with. His name was Wei Ji, and he was Lin's classmate. He was of the 9th stage Tao body. Wei Ji's expression also faltered slightly when he encountered Lin. Clearly, he didn't expect to encounter him here. This piece of trash actually lasted until the second day. Wei Ji was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin from head to toe. He actually looked down on Lin very much. However, his good upbringing made him adept at hiding his emotions, and he wouldn't easily reveal his disgust. Hee. But since he's already appeared in front of me, then I'll just get rid of this piece of trash first. Wei Ji sneered in his heart, but his expression was gentle. He made an inviting gesture and said, Student Lin, please enlighten me. Seeing that Wei Ji's aura had completely erupted, Lin knew that he couldn't avoid this battle. He was very depressed. Why was it that when he wanted to encounter an enemy of the 7th stage Tao body, a 9th stage Tao body opponent appeared? However, since I can't avoid this, then I'll fight. Student Wei Ji, please enlighten me. The image of a golden lotus flower appeared on Lin's forehead. His aura also changed completely at that moment, becoming as steady as a mountain, as if no power could shake him. Strong winds howled around Wei Ji. His entire body formed a wind armor, and a white light appeared on his fist. It was the white light produced by the rapid compression of the air. Whoosh! Wei Ji made his move. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he was in front of Lin. A pair of fists that emitted white light smashed mercilessly at Lin. From the very beginning, he used the ultimate move that he was so proud of, Air Explosion Fist. The white light on the fist would explode the moment it touched Lin's body. The power of this air explosion could directly blast boulders into smithereens. Wei Ji was confident that if Lin was outside the enchantment and was struck head-on by this move, he would be dead for sure. Now that he had the golden barrier of the Defeat Judgment Talisman, whether this move would severely injure or cripple Lin was no longer up to him. Wei Ji sneered. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. Facing Wei Ji's fist, Lin also threw out a punch. Mountain Quaking Fist. A golden fist about 3 meters in size appeared on his fist. The golden lotus on his forehead rotated, and a wisp of power of the earth flowed into the golden fist unknowingly. Then a qualitative change occurred. Seeing the immortal technique that Lin used, Wei Ji's expression changed slightly. However, his fist didn't slow down at all, and it continued to strike the golden fist. He thought to himself, "That's just a third-rate immortal technique. Watch me break it with one punch." Boom! The two fists collided, and the white light exploded. The powerful energy exploded, causing the ground within a radius of 3 meters to crack. At the center of the explosion, the ground caved in completely. Wei Ji had initially thought that his fist would be able to shatter the golden fist and severely injure Lin. However, after the energy exploded, the golden fist didn't dissipate. Instead, its luster dimmed a little. Then the fist broke through his armor of wind and directly hit his body. Boom! Wei Ji felt as if his body had been smashed by a mountain. A boundless force tore his body apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and tumbled to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. And Lin stood on the spot and panted heavily. He stared at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. The ground caved in, and the heavily injured Wei Ji vomiting blood. Holy F asterisk Sike, my mountain quaking fist has become so powerful. Wei Ji is a powerful cultivator of the 9th stage Tao body, and I knocked him out with a single punch? This power is more than twice what the system said, right? Wei Ji shakily crawled up from the ground. Blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, and it was clear that his internal organs had been injured. The expression on his face was even more shocked. He looked at Lin as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, impossible. Weren't you at the 0th stage Tao body when you first entered the academy? Wei Ji stared at Lin, his lips trembling. That's right. And Lin nodded. After a few months of cultivation, I've already reached the 8th stage Tao body, he said honestly. Wei Ji was dumbstruck. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. Impossible. You've only used a few months to reach the 8th stage? What a joke. You must have used some unknown method. You must have cheated. When you fought against me, you definitely used some high-grade talisman against the rules. You cheated. Wei Ji flew into a rage. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been beaten to the ground by Lin, and Lin's expression darkened. He wasn't a saint, so he naturally wasn't in a good mood after being called cheated by someone else. Huh. Wei Ji roared angrily and attacked Lin again. He was severely injured now, so his speed was much slower than before. Blades of wind revolved around Wei Ji's fists. Every punch was accompanied by a sonic boom, and its power was extremely powerful. And Lin's close-quarters combat techniques weren't as exquisite as Wei Ji's. Thus, he accidentally took a few punches from Wei Ji during the fight. Every time Wei Ji's punches landed on Lin's body, his fists would go numb from the powerful, rebounding force. It was as if he had punched a steel plate. However, Lin was only pushed back a few steps by the powerful, rebounding force. His expression didn't change in the slightest, and it was as if he was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Wei Ji was astonished once again. What's wrong with his body? Why is it so hard? My fists can even shatter rocks. Why isn't he injured when I hit him? There must be something wrong with you. Tell me, what did you do? Wei Ji's attacks became even more violent. His eyes were bloodshot, and he used all his strength in every strike. And Lin sighed softly as he looked at the crazed Wei Ji. Then he punched out. Mountain quaking fist. The golden fist light enveloped Wei Ji's entire body. That aura that was like a huge mountain crushing down on him caused a look of despair to appear on his face. Ah! Wei Ji shouted in despair. His body was hit by the golden fist again. The terrifying force landed on his body and directly triggered the defeat judgment seal. He vomited blood again and rolled on the ground. His entire body was trembling, and he looked at the protective golden light on his body in disbelief. I've lost? I've actually lost? Wei Ji didn't expect that he would actually lose to Enlin. He had lost to the person he viewed as trash. He knew clearly that if it weren't for that golden light, he might not even have been able to keep his life. Even so, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to Enlin. Enlin came to Wei Ji's side. Now that things had developed to this stage, he finally understood why Wei Ji was so crazy. The more he was defeated by someone he looked down on, the crazier he would become. I'm sorry. I've hurt your fragile heart. Enlin had a disdainful smile on his face. However, there's something I still have to say. To be defeated by someone who has only cultivated for a few months, student Wei Ji, you've really wasted the past 10 years. Hearing this, Wei Ji's eyes widened. He felt a wave of discomfort in his blood flow, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Chapter 29. Above the Spell Formation. An immortal sitting on a gourd witnessed the entire process of Enlin's battle. Tisk, TSK. I told you guys with a true god's letter of recommendation aren't easy to deal with. This Enlin seems to have only started cultivating for 4 months. How terrifying! The elder shook his head and stroked his white beard. He held a brush in his right hand and wrote some numbers in the air. The black lines floated in the void, forming words. Enlin's numbers changed again. Enlin, combat capability, 180, achievement score, 190. Generally speaking, students of the 10th stage Tao body had a combat capability of around 200. However, Enlin's combat capability had reached 180. This meant that the elder had already classified his strength as close to the 10th stage Tao body. Enlin was able to defeat Wei Ji, who was of the 9th stage Tao body unscathed. This was sufficient proof of his strength. In particular, his mountain-quaking fist contained an aura that was compatible with the Great Tao. This caused the elder to gasp in amazement and added a lot of points to his combat capability. Enlin continued his hunt. After his battle with Wei Ji, he was much more confident. At least when he encountered enemies of the 9th stage Tao body, he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. He would rush forward and attack them. Just like that, night slowly descended. Today was a very smooth day for Enlin. During this period of time, he had defeated another 6 enemies of the 9th stage Tao body. He was now only 2 away from defeating 10 enemies of a higher rank than him. He planned to hunt again at night and try to increase his rank to the 9th stage Tao body as soon as possible. In the latter half of the free-for-all battle, students below the 8th stage Tao body had basically been eliminated. The remaining students were all extremely powerful prodigies. If he didn't rank up quickly enough, he might not even be able to defeat a single enemy, and Lin used a fire control spell to roast a groundhog. After wolfing it down, he sat down and began to meditate. The night in the forest of 1,000 peaks was very quiet, so once the battle became intense, the sound would travel very far, and the light effects of immortal techniques would also be extremely conspicuous in the night. At that time, the place where the battle broke out might attract other students, and then it would be an exciting series of battles. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Boom! Not far from where Enlin was meditating, an explosion suddenly rang out. The flames were like the brightest beacon in the dark night, announcing that a battle had begun. Enlin opened his eyes with an excited look on his face. He had basically recovered all the energy he had consumed today. It was time to act. By the time Enlin arrived at the scene of the battle, it had already come to an end. A man was lying on the ground, covered in wounds. His entire body was emitting a protective golden light. Beside him was a white-furred dog. Zhao Huayin! Enlin exclaimed when he saw him. The man lying on the ground was none other than Zhao Huayin. Even though he had been beaten beyond recognition, the dog beside him was very recognizable. Zhao Huayin was also extremely surprised to see Enlin. He didn't think that Enlin would be able to escape even after being surrounded by so many brawny men. And he had survived until the second day. Enlin, you have to live on. Your opponent is very terrifying, and I won't be able to save you. Zhao Huaiyin bade farewell with tears in his eyes before disappearing amid a flash of golden light. And Lin, the scene of Zhao Huaiyin fleeing for his life, was still vivid in his mind. And Lin knew that if Zhao Huaiyin were still alive, he would definitely be the fastest to escape. Woof woof! Dabai charged toward the man in grief and indignation. It opened its mouth and leaped high into the air, pouncing toward the man. At this critical moment, Dabai was still very loyal. When its master was beaten, the pet would go on a rampage for revenge. Then it was sent flying over 100 meters by the man's kick. Its body crashed into a huge rock like a cannonball, shattering the rock. Humph, you want to take advantage of this situation to attack me? Even if I'm injured, I'm still a 10th stage Dao body cultivator. The man spat out a mouthful of blood with a disdainful expression, and Lin's expression froze. The man in front of him was covered in wounds, but his aura was extremely vast. Clearly, he wasn't someone that Zhao Huaiyin could deal with. It looked like a battle had already erupted here before Zhao Huaiyin arrived. After the battle ended, Zhao Huaiyin most likely wanted to land the killing blow. However, to his surprise, the injured man was still very powerful, which led to the previous scene. And Lin ran to Dabai's side and examined its injuries. Dabai's aura was weak and its entire body was covered in wounds. It looked like it couldn't move anymore. What a heavy blow. Also, this Dabai didn't have a defeat judgment seal. If it wasn't for the fact that it had a special constitution, perhaps that kick would have taken its life. The man walked over slowly. A cold smile appeared on his face when he saw Enlin. F***CK off. I'll deal with you after I slaughter this dog. Enlin took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He stood in front of Dabai and didn't budge an inch. Seeing this, the man's expression faltered slightly. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. All right, since you want to die quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. First year, Class 1 Enlin. Please enlighten me. And Lin said coldly, Oh, you're that most backdoor entrant, Enlin? The man's interest was instantly piqued. He sized up Enlin and nodded slightly. Yes, you're not as useless as the rumors say. At least you still have the guts to face me. And Lin grinned. Not only do I have the guts to face you, but I can also beat you back into your mother's arms. It had to be said that he was very good at goading people. After the man heard this, the veins on his face bulged. He was enraged. How dare you? Second year, Class 1, Zhang Chen. Please enlighten me. After the man finished speaking, the aura around his body started to explode. This aura was the most oppressive aura that Enlin had ever faced. He didn't say anything and directly struck out with the mountain-quaking fist. A golden fist of 10 feet shot towards Zhang Chen. He felt the terrifying power contained in the golden fist, and his heart trembled. He immediately took out a crimson shield from his storage ring and placed it in front of him. Boom! The might of the golden fist burst out, causing Zhang Chen to retreat 10 feet away, creating a deep gully on the ground. The crimson shield shattered into pieces, and Zhang Chen's hands were split open by the huge force from the shield. Zhang Chen stared at Enlin with a grave expression. He was already extremely shocked in his heart. The fearsomeness of this immortal spell had already far exceeded his imagination. Enlin was also shocked. This was the first time someone had completely blocked his mountain-quaking fist. That was his strongest move. However, he wasn't discouraged. The famous words of a bald expert appeared in his mind. There was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with one punch. If there was then 2 punches, mountain-quaking fist. And Lin roared and smashed his fist toward Zhang Chen. A golden fist of 10 feet shot out and blasted toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's expression changed greatly. F***CK, not again. Chapter 30. Facing the second wave of golden fists, Zhang Chen didn't have a shield anymore. What should he do? The golden fists that contained terrifying power were extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. Zhang Qin unsheathed the long sword at his waist and activated the flaming mountain sword technique. Extremely hot flames twined around the long sword and slashed toward the golden fists with extreme power. Boom! The flaming long sword collided with the golden fists, and a terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The sweeping flames charred the ground within a 50-foot radius, and the power of the golden fists tore the ground apart, causing the earth to cave in. Zhang Qin, who was in the center of the explosion, barely managed to block the mountain-quaking fist. The shock waves from the explosion slammed into his body and forced him to retreat. At this moment, his wounds also tore open and blood flowed freely. Zhang Qin never would have thought that he would be forced into this state by Enlin. From his aura, he was clearly only a cultivator of the 8th stage Tao body. However, what's with his terrifyingly powerful immortal spell? Just as Zhang Qin was feeling indescribably shocked, another golden fist appeared in his field of vision. Mountain quaking fist. Enlin roared loudly, and a golden fist of 10 feet shot out. F***CKU immortal! Don't you need to rest to use this immortal spell? Zhang Qin cursed loudly. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running over his body. He was speechless and in despair. Enlin also wanted to rest. In reality, he had already used up almost all the energy in his body after using the mountain-quaking fist twice. However, he knew that he couldn't stop at this crucial moment. He couldn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Thus, he used the last bit of energy in his body and used the 3rd mountain-quaking fist. The 3rd golden fist gave Zhang Qin a feeling of despair. He used all his strength to block with his sword, yet the huge force passed through the sword and exploded on his body. Boom! Zhang Qin felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if his body had been smashed by the fist. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and there wasn't a single part that didn't tremble. Plop! His body fell to the ground, and his vision started to blur. A golden protective barrier appeared around his body. Zhang Qin felt that this was ridiculous. As a genius disciple of the Flames Mountain sect, he was extremely talented and cultivated many top-notch cultivation techniques of the sect. It had always been him who could surpass his cultivation level to defeat others. When had he ever been defeated by someone of a higher cultivation level? But now he had really been defeated by someone of a higher rank. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a junior disciple of the 8th stage Tao body. This was a gap of 2 whole stages after using the 3rd mountain quaking fist, and Lin knelt on the ground in exhaustion. When he saw the protective golden light around Zhang Qin's body, he finally heaved a sigh of relief, and a proud smile appeared on his face. "Dabai, I've avenged you!" And Lin ran over to Dabai and said. Dabai was lying on the cracked rock, looking at Enlin with his big black eyes, sobbing in a low voice. And Lin noticed that Dabai's condition wasn't right. Its breath seemed to have become weaker, and there was even blood flowing out of its mouth. "Dabai, are you all right?" And Lin immediately picked up Dabai and carefully examined its injuries. However, for some reason, Enlin was unable to examine the condition of Dabai's body. It was as if something was concealing it. "What do I do? What do I do?" Dabai's breath was becoming weaker and weaker. If this continued, it was really going to die, and Lin was extremely anxious. He didn't know how to use healing spells, so he could only use some cloth to bandage Dabai's wounds. However, Dabai's main injuries were internal. Doing so wouldn't have much effect on alleviating its injuries. "Teacher, this dog is dying. Can you save it, or send it back for treatment?" And Lin shouted toward the barrier in the sky. He knew that there were teachers observing the situation on the battlefield, so he could only place his hopes on them. However, unfortunately, there was no response from the barrier in the sky, and Lin was extremely disappointed, and he didn't know what to do as he held Dabai in his arms. "Dabai, do you have any last words?" And Lin asked with concern as he looked at Dabai, who was riddled with wounds. Dabai. Woof! And Lin went to hunt another groundhog and handed it to Dabai. Dabai, eat a groundhog to nourish your body. Dabai. Dabai grimaced and turned its head away. It didn't want to see Lin before it died. Only cats would eat mice. Wasn't it insulting to a dog to throw a mouse to it? The immortal teacher in the sky was a sword immortal with a long sword hanging from his waist. He was called Sword Immortal Mingyuan, and he believed that everything was predestined and couldn't be forced or changed. Sword Immortal Mingyuan naturally heard Lin's cry for help. However, since this dog had mysteriously come to the forest of 1,000 peaks, then this was its fate. He wouldn't forcefully change this karma. This is all fate. Sword Immortal Mingyuan nodded and said seriously, beside him, and Lin's data had already been changed by him. And Lin, combat capability, 205, achievement score, 380 after that, and Lin encountered another student of the 9th stage Dao body. He had followed the fluctuations of the battle and rushed over, and Lin fought with him, and after 2 consecutive Mount 10 quaking fists, he finally defeated the student. Ding-ling! A crisp sound reverberated in his mind. That was the sound of his mission being completed. Moments later, and Lin felt all the bones in his body crack, and he was in excruciating pain. This pain felt like it was going to tear his body apart. He couldn't hold on any longer, and he lay on the ground and hugged his body. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged into his body and tempered it. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? And Lin was a bit flustered. When he advanced from the 7th stage to the 8th stage, the pain shouldn't have been this exaggerated. Right at this moment, a gigantic vital energy cyclone suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a funnel, enveloping an area with a radius of 1,000 feet and containing immense power. Up in the sky, Sword Immortal Mingyuan stared at the gigantic vital energy cyclone in shock. Such intense vital energy fluctuations, and they even contain the aura of the spirit of all living things. This is the fluctuation of a Tao body stage, Cultivator advancing to the spirit nurturing stage. It can't be. Could it be that student in Lin is about to make a breakthrough? Sword Immortal Mingyuan turned his gaze toward the ground and looked at the youth who was rolling on the ground in pain. The center of the vital energy cyclone in the sky was undoubtedly right above where Lin was standing. No, although Lin is advancing, he's advancing from the 8th stage Tao body to the 9th stage Tao body. How could there be a phenomenon of a breakthrough to the spirit nurturing stage? Sword Immortal Mingyuan was completely perplexed. This vital energy cyclone doesn't make sense. Could it be that there really are freaks who can make 2 consecutive breakthroughs? The gigantic vital energy cyclone and the spirit of all living things started to converge toward Lin's location. This power was extremely turbulent and vast. Without a doubt, this was a phenomenon that could only be experienced when breaking through to the spirit nurturing stage. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan's expression froze. He looked down and stammered, No way. The target of this power was the person beside Lin, Dabai, who was also rolling on the ground in pain. Chapter 31. When Lin broke through to the 9th stage Tao body, an indescribable force activated the power within Dabai's body. Then, Dabai felt a heart-wrenching pain within his body. Holy F*** CK, and Lin, what did you do to me? Dabai roared in his heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak and could only bark angrily. A huge cyclone of vital energy gathered in the air and violently poured into Dabai's body. Dabai's eyes woof. He had never experienced such pain before. Under this kind of pain, even Zhang Chen's kick seemed gentle. A large amount of vital energy gathered in Dabai's body and fused with the spiritual energy of all things. Slowly, the 2 energies started to fuse and condense, finally forming a sparkling golden beast core. In that instant, Dabai started to feel the boundless power and vitality contained within his body. As the pain slowly dissipated, he stood up, his eyes glowing brightly. And Lin also stood up, dripping with sweat. He stretched his body and sighed in a low voice. It really wasn't easy to break through this time. Yeah, it hurts like hell, a voice echoed. Hearing this, and Lin nodded in agreement. Yeah, it hurts like hell. In that instant, he felt that something was off. Holy F asterisk CK, who's talking to me? And Lin's hair stood on end. How could there be someone silently approaching him? Was it a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage? Here, I'm here, a voice sounded beside him again. And Lin looked around nervously and didn't see anyone. Holy F asterisk CK, did I see a ghost? I, Grandpa Dog, am here? Are you looking down on me, Woof? And Lin's expression faltered. Looking down, he discovered that Dabai was looking at him in high spirits, wagging his tail and sticking out his tongue. Dabai? And Lin asked tentatively. It's me, Woof. Dabai's mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile. God knows how Lin could sense that Dabai's smile was a sinister one. In any case, it was a very lifelike, sinister smile. Dabai, you can actually speak human language. You've become a demon. And Lin finally couldn't keep his cool and shouted. Tui, what demon? I've broken through to the spirit nurturing stage. Dabai retorted with disdain. This sentence was even more shocking than Dabai admitting that he had become a spirit. And Lin was dumbfounded when he heard this. What a joke! Dabai, who was a weakling, had suddenly become a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator? Seeing Lin's shock and confusion, Dabai said, The beast tribe's method of progression is different from your human tribe's. In any case, it's probably thanks to you that I've broken through some kind of shackle in my body. Then I condensed a beast core and reached the spirit-nurturing stage. Once I condense a beast core, I'll become a spirit beast and be able to speak. And Lin looked at the smug Dabai, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he accepted reality. Although he didn't know how Dabai had managed to break through to the spirit-nurturing stage, but the fact that he was able to recover from a near-death state to this perfect state made Lin feel extremely gratified. An astonishing aura suddenly erupted from Dabai. Immediately afterward, his body expanded rapidly until he became a huge dog over 10 feet in size. Oh my God, Dabai is mighty! And Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, Dabai's fur was a dazzling white and looked extremely soft and smooth. His large eyes were bright and full of expression, coupled with his sharp canine teeth. He gave off an aura of power and adorableness. Humph, of course. Dabai wagged his tail and smiled smugly. You've helped me quite a bit. Now, I'll take you to slaughter the other students. Hearing this, Lin was overjoyed. However, he then hesitated. The rules of this event seem to state that we can't team up against enemies. If I go with you, it'll be against the rules. And Lin, you should go and improve your IQ. The rules of this event state that only one-on-one battles are allowed. But I'm a dog. Woof! Dabai stuck out his tongue. And Lin wasn't displeased at being looked down upon by a dog. Instead, he was overjoyed. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. He looked at Dabai excitedly. Dabai, please take me to flex and fly. Heh, that's a good word. I'll take you to fly right now. Dabai lay on the ground. Come on, Woof. Holy F asterisk CK, Dabai can really fly. Although Lin was a bit surprised, he jumped onto Dabai's sturdy body without hesitation. He grabbed onto his soft fur and smiled. Let's go, Pippy Dog. What Pippy Dog? I'm Dabai, Woof. Dabai protested. A pure power of wind suddenly appeared below his body. Then he stepped on the wind and flew into the sky. Above the barrier, Immortal Mingyuan silently watched the man and dog fly into the sky, then fly further and further away. He sank into silence. In the end, he obtained an explanation and said happily, "This is fate." Sure enough, after hearing this, Immortal Mingyuan's complaints were relieved. He also calmed down. Immortal Mingyuan nodded slightly. This sentence was too practical. It could be used to explain all F asterisk king phenomena in the sky far away. Whoa, it feels so good. And Lin yelled happily. This was the first time he had experienced the joy of flying. Debai's huge body and the warmth coming from his lower body gave him a great sense of security. Sitting on Debai's back, he felt that his acrophobia and tachophobia were greatly alleviated. As expected, soared kinesis flight and whatnot could go to hell. In the future, he would only need to use dog kinesis flight. And Lin was very happy. He was already thinking about what kind of flying pet he should get in the future. Then an idea occurred to him. He caressed Debai's head. Debai, why don't you be my pet? Debai and Lin, are you crazy? It's more like you're my pet, woof. Debai barked. And Lin was a little disappointed. Zhao Huayin is so lucky. He actually has a Debai as his pet. Debai cracked a smile. Ha! Is Zhao Huayin worthy of being my master? He's just my sh asterisk tea shoveling officer, woof. Huh. And Lin was shocked. Debai's words really gave him a fright. Do you know the mythological beast sect? Debai asked, and Lin shook his head. The mythological beast sect is a large sect founded by us beasts in the kingdom of the 9 states. The members of the sect are mainly beasts. Before a small beast forms its beast core, there's usually a full-time person responsible for looking after it. And Zhao Huayin is my caretaker. He's also known as the sh asterisk tea shoveling officer, woof. And Lin seemed to have heard some incredible news. Then the person who comes to the school is actually... That's right, it's me. I'm a little interested in this school, so Zhao Huayin brought me here. Looks like I've gained quite a bit. At least I've managed to form my beast core by chance, woof. As it spoke, Debai was a little happy again. Its snow-white tail wagged happily, and Lin nodded. He didn't think that Zhao Huayin was actually Debai's personal attendant. However, he thought that in Debai's heart, Zhao Huayin was definitely not just a sh asterisk tea shoveling officer, but rather a friend. Otherwise, Debai wouldn't have charged forward to avenge Zhao Huayin after he was beaten half to death by Zhongchen. Woof! I've discovered an aura. I'll let him have a taste of Grandpa Dog's power, Debai said excitedly. And Lin's expression turned serious. He knew that the next battle was about to begin. Chapter 32. Madagascar lay on the hovering book and used her divine sense to observe the situation in the area she was in charge of. The free-for-all battle had already entered its later stages, and there were far fewer battles. However, almost all of the battles that were taking place now were of high quality. Right at this moment, a familiar aura rushed into the range of Madagascar's divine sense. Huh? Flying through the air? Is it a prodigy of the spirit-nurturing stage? Immediately afterward, a string of data appeared in her book. And Lin, combat capability, 205, achievement score, 380. Holy F asterisk CK, it's a lie, right? What on earth did he go through? Madagascar's eyes widened as she stared at the data in her book. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Back then, and Lin's combat capability was only a little over 100, and his achievement score was also a little over 100. Now his combat power had doubled, and his achievement points had increased by several times. Did he hack? Madagascar asked hesitantly. She couldn't understand what had happened. Achievement points could increase, but combat capability wasn't something that could be increased so easily. Moreover, it was multiplied. A combat capability of 205 was already at the mid-range of the 10th stage Dao Body students. Wasn't he only at the 8th stage Dao Body? And he was flying through sword kinesis flight. Was he still with Lu Qianhuan? Madagascar could only roughly sense his flying status. Thinking back to what had just happened, she came to a conclusion. Thus, she began to focus her attention on Enlin. Immediately afterward, she became even more unsettled. Holy F asterisk CK. It's not Lu Qianhuan, he's riding a dog. What's with this dog? Madagascar grimaced. Where did this spirit-nurturing stage dog come from? Among the 22 spirit-nurturing stage students in the university, none of them could transform into a dog. If other students entered the range of her divine sense, the corresponding data would naturally appear in her book. However, this dog clearly didn't during teleportation. Spirit beasts couldn't be teleported. Then, there was only one possibility. Madagascar's expression tensed up. Could it be that this dog broke through to become a spirit beast? Heavens! Who can tell me how to deal with this situation? And Lynn, don't make things difficult for me, or else I'll make you pay for it in class. Madagascar looked at the man who was happily riding his dog and muttered to himself. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the large dog excitedly diving towards a student on the ground. Clearly, it was about to start a fight. Madagascar. My name is Chin Fong, and I'm a second-year student of the 10th stage Tao body. My current battle record is that I've defeated 6 students of the 10th stage Tao body and over 20 students with ranks lower than mine. This time, I feel that I have hope of making it into the top 100 of the Immortal Rankings board. That's right. As long as I fight a few more battles to my heart's content, my goal will be achieved. Chin Fong was brimming with confidence. His green robe fluttered in the wind as he held a white long sword in his hand. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura assaulted him. Crap, a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing stage is here! Chin Fong exclaimed in shock. However, he quickly calmed down. This was not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. To be able to unleash his full power in front of a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing stage, and then be defeated after a few moves, then the teachers would give him a higher valuation, and his chances of making it into the top 100 of the Immortal Rankings board would be greater. Who are you? I'm second year, Class 1, Chin Fong. Chin Fong raised his head and looked towards the sky. The powerful aura was coming from the sky. Holy F***CK, what's with this dog? Seeing the large flying dog in the sky, Chin Fong was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed drastically. At this moment, the man sitting on the dog's back shouted, I'm first year, Class 1 and Lin. Senior Chin Fong, please enlighten me. Please enlighten me? Chin Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the man and dog. Before he could understand what was going on, the large dog raised its paw and swiped towards him. Chin Fong was indeed a powerful cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles. Even though Dabai's attack was extremely ferocious, he was still able to block the attack with his sword in front of him. Bam! A terrifyingly huge force came, causing his body to fly backwards. So powerful! Chin Fong was greatly shocked. This white-furred dog's strength was obviously at the spirit-nurturing stage. What's going on? Is there any powerful cultivator in our school who can transform into a huge dog? Before he could recover from his shock, the Dabai dog's front paw was already surrounded by a cyclone of wind blades, and it slashed towards his body in the air. Dabai was already a spirit beast now and could draw upon the power of heaven and earth with just a wave of its paw. With a single slash, 10 wind blades of 10 feet long sliced through the air and slashed towards Chin Fong. Chin Fong slashed out one sword after another in the air, shattering the wind blades. However, this was an attack from Dabai after all. How could it be so easy to block? Even though Chin Feng's swordsmanship was profound and he managed to shatter 8 wind blades, 2 wind blades still managed to land on his body. Blood splattered and 2 bloody gashes instantly appeared on his body. However, this wasn't the end. A golden fist imbued with a terrifying might came crashing towards him. Holy F***CK! How can you guys attack at the same time? Chin Fong exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he just so happened to be in a defensive position and could only block with his sword in front of him. Boom! The fist descended and a violent burst of energy exploded, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Now that Enlin had advanced to the 9th stage Tao body, The power of this mountain-quaking fist was even more terrifying than the immortal spells cast by many 10th stage Dao body students. Thus, he was able to knock Qin Feng to the ground with just this one strike. Huh, why is he so weak? And Lin walked over to Qin Feng and asked in confusion. In his memory, this senior was at least of the 10th stage Dao body. No matter what, he would need at least 2 or 3 strikes of the mountain quaking fist to defeat him. How did he manage to imprint his soul with just one strike? When Qin Feng heard this, he was about to vomit blood again. He immediately cursed, "Shameless! If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. You teamed up with a spirit-nurturing stage, Cultivator, to fight me. What kind of hero are you? Moreover, the rules of this event state that you can only fight one-on-one. This is against the rules." Qin Feng continued to berate. Hearing this, and Lin blinked and pointed at Dabai. "I'm fighting one-on-one. This is a dog, not a human. It's my summoned beast, and also one of my strengths. I'm in Lin's summoned beast. I'm called Dabai Wolf." Dabai cooperated. "What F asterisk king summoned beast? Does your summoned beast have a rank higher than yours? That's cheating. Cheating. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Qin Feng trembled in anger and felt like he was going to faint again. Right at this moment, Dabai continued, "Come, and Lin, go and land the killing blow. This way, you'll defeat another 10th stage Dao body cultivator." Landing the killing blow. Hearing this, Qin Feng almost spat out blood again. "Teacher," he yelled in grief and indignation, "can't you do something about this? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world?" He knew that there were definitely teachers observing the battle here. Unfortunately, the teachers didn't appear to stop it. This could only mean that the two of them weren't breaking the rules. Just like that, Qin Feng was pummeled by Lin to the point that the golden barrier around his body was forced out on the ground. Qin Feng's eyes were red and his lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. What the hell is this? It was one thing for 2 spirit-nurturing stage cultivators to fight fair and square, but who would have thought that in the end he would be beaten by a dog and a human, no matter how you looked at it? He had lost this battle unjustly. Done. Let's move on to the next battle. And Lin clapped his hands in satisfaction and leaped onto Dabai's body. Dabai was also very excited. All right, let's remind these little brats of the fear of being dominated by a big dog. Dabai leaped into the air and rode on a cloud. Once again, he and Enlin set off on their journey to become kings. In the sky, Madagascar gritted her teeth. Crack! The pen in her hand snapped in half. "Enlin, you're always causing trouble for me." She was already dumbfounded by Dabai's appearance, and then Enlin and Dabai beat up Qin Feng. As the person responsible for recording data, how is she supposed to record this? Should she record Dabai's data as well? After these 2 bastards won, their combat prowess could be determined from their battles. But how was she supposed to distribute their achievement points? Earth Immortal Yu Ying's head was about to explode. The more she thought about it, the more her hatred for Enlin intensified. Oh, how am I supposed to record this? Madagascar was going crazy. In the end, she still wrote down the following data in her notebook. Enlin, combat prowess, 205, achievement points for 105. Enlin's summoned beast, Dabai, combat prowess, 320, achievement points, 25. I'll split the achievement points between these 2 bastards in half. As for whether or not this is reasonable, that's something for Principal Yu Hua to worry about. I'm only responsible for reporting this to the higher-ups. I don't care. That's right, Madagascar was going to write down the data based on her feelings. Chapter 33. On the last day of the free-for-all battle on the White Jade Plaza, more than 40,000 students, with varying degrees of injuries, were all gathered here. They were the students who had already been defeated in the event. An extremely vast healing spell formation enveloped the entire plaza. exuding an extremely powerful aura of life as it continuously healed the injured students. Some of the more serious injuries were treated by teachers who were proficient in the art of healing. It could be said that as long as you were teleported out with one last breath, you wouldn't have to worry about dying in this event. The students gathered on the White Jade Plaza for two reasons. Firstly, it was for treatment, and secondly, it was to watch the final battle of the free-for-all battle. A huge crystal screen over 1,000 feet in size was suspended above the plaza. However, there was no image on it at the moment. Even so, the atmosphere on the plaza was still extremely lively, and the students had already started discussing spiritedly. Why hasn't the crystal screen started yet? Don't worry, when there are only 200 students left, the crystal screen will start broadcasting the battle in real time. According to past experience, there should be about 4 hours left. The barrier should be shrinking now. In the end, the forest of 1,000 peaks will shrink to a radius of 1.5 kilometers. The battle will be intense, then. Who do you guys think will be the first place on our school's Immortal Rankings board? Of course, it's Wang Xuanzhan. He was already spirit nurturing final stage in his 3rd year and ranked first in the last Immortal Rankings board. Now that another year has passed, his strength has become even more unfathomable. Who else could it be other than him? I think it'll be Yang Qingguo. He's also spirit nurturing final stage and ranked 3rd in the last Immortal Rankings board. Last time, he also lost to Wang Xuanzhan. Now that he's about to graduate, maybe he'll be able to make a breakthrough and take first place. I think it'll be Goddess Lu. She has all kinds of strange techniques. Maybe she'll be able to create a miracle. The White Jade Plaza was abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, the most intense battle had already begun in the forest of 1,000 peaks. The blue barrier started shrinking continuously, and the students started gathering toward the Immortal King Peak. From time to time, they would encounter enemies, and a huge battle would ensue. In the sky, and Lin, who was flying on dog kinesis flight, had an exhausted expression on his face. He had already experienced quite a few battles today. The weakest opponent he encountered was a 10th stage Dao body cultivator, and the strongest opponent was even a powerful cultivator on the Immortal Rankings board. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fighting with a human and dog duo, he would have been teleported home long ago. And Lin looked toward the system. Ever since he had advanced to the 9th stage Dao body, the missions in the system's cultivation rank section had become a little troublesome. 10th stage Dao body, condition, learn 3 different system type cultivation methods. Now that Lin's cultivation technique interface had been updated, there was a new wind type cultivation technique that he could cultivate. Wind Spirit Level 1, condition, jump off a cliff once. In addition to the lightning attribute cultivation technique that allowed one to be struck by the lightning of heaven and earth, there were exactly 3 cultivation techniques. In other words, if Lin had 3 lives, he could attempt to break through to the 10th stage Dao body through this system. Oh, the system also has a cultivation method that can be cultivated. It's in the soul cultivation interface. Divine might technique, condition, be worshipped by 10,000 people. Based on Lin's current situation, this condition was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If it was changed to be despised by thousands of people, then he would be more confident. No longer thinking about the system, he swept his gaze across the ground and continued to look for prey. Boom! A flaming sword slashed through the air and exploded on the ground. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions with astonishing might. What powerful energy fluctuations! It's a battle between 2 powerful cultivators on the Immortal Rankings board. Moreover, their rankings can't be low. Let's go take a look. And Lin patted Debai's head excitedly and began to fly toward the battle. As they flew closer, they finally saw the 2 parties engaged in battle. Su Xiaolan. And Lin blurted out when he saw that figure. He recognized such a familiar figure with a single glance. Su Xiaolan was an expert swordsman. In battle, Her profound swordsmanship and the power of the divine phoenix bloodline complemented each other, and she displayed extremely astonishing strength. Extremely pure flames danced along with her long sword, making her appear like a phoenix from the heavens. She was magnificent, noble, and powerful to the extreme. Although Su Xiaolan was powerful, her opponent wasn't weak either. His opponent was a man with an extremely strong physique who wielded 2 swords in his hands. As he waved his swords, they formed an impenetrable sword net that blocked most of Su Xiaolan's attacks. Not only that, but he was also able to find the flaws in Su Xiaolan's attacks and launch extremely swift and violent counterattacks. This was an evenly matched battle. Even if Su Xiaolan could win, it would be a tragic victory, and she would definitely be injured. And Lin was very depressed because he could only watch helplessly as his good friend was injured. "And Lin, look over there." Debai's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in it. And Lin came back to his senses and looked in the direction that Dabai was pointing. There he saw a figure. This person hid very well. His aura was low, and he blended in with the surrounding environment. If it wasn't for Dabai looking down from a high altitude and his outstanding eyesight, he really wouldn't have been able to discover him. That person was silently watching the fight on Su Xiaolan's side. His purpose was self-evident. Good fellow, he actually wants to land the killing blow. Doesn't he know that the ancestor of the killing blow style is here? And Lin's eyes were filled with anger. He was originally very unhappy when he saw that Su Xiaolan was injured in this battle. This fellow was actually still lying in ambush, planning to make a move on the injured Su Xiaolan. Let him see the power of our human and dog mixed doubles. Woof! Dabai also began to clamor, and he was already eager to give it a try. Elsewhere on the White Jade Plaza, the huge crystal screen finally began to display images, and the atmosphere in the plaza instantly reached a climax. The screen was divided into more than a dozen images, and each image showed a different battle. Look, that's Yang Qingwu fighting Luo Chenglong. What's there to watch? 3rd place on the Immortal Rankings board fighting 36th, and it's still an insta-kill. He really lost. Just as they finished speaking, they saw that Yang Qingwu had ended his battle. Tens of thousands of students began to discuss spiritedly as they paid attention to the different images. Some people noticed one of the images. Look, isn't that man with 2 swords Xiong who's ranked 29th on the Immortal Rankings board? Who's the girl he's fighting? She looks unfamiliar. At this moment, a student with sharp eyes answered, I think she's from the newest cohort. Her name is Su Xiaolan. She's actually a new student. Cries of surprise rang out in the plaza. She had just entered the university. Yet, she was already able to fight evenly with a powerful cultivator ranked 29th on the Immortal Rankings board. Apart from the 2 freaks of the spirit nurturing stage, her strength could already be considered top tier among the new students. Everyone silently committed this beautiful and powerful girl to memory. She had already become the new star of this university, and it was extremely likely that she would break through to the spirit nurturing stage in the next few years. Right at this moment, another image of a new battle appeared on the screen. This indicated that a new battle had taken place. The appearance of a new battle would always attract the attention of most people. At this moment, tens of thousands of new students turned their gazes toward the screen. The square, which was originally extremely noisy, gradually became strangely quiet. More and more students turned their gazes toward the image of the battle, and all of them wore extremely excited expressions. Some people had strange expressions, some were shocked, and some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. The image of the battle was extremely bizarre. A gigantic white dog sat down on the body of a powerful cultivator on the Immortal Rankings board, a sinister smile on its face. Its 2 gigantic paws firmly pressed down on the hands of the powerful cultivator on the Immortal Rankings board. The powerful cultivator on the Immortal Rankings board was pinned to the ground, unable to move, and there was a look of terror on his face. Meanwhile, the other male's fists were like raindrops, and they were aimed directly at the face of the powerful cultivator on the immortal rankings board. Chapter 34. The one being pressed to the ground by the huge dog seems to be Lu Chang, ranked 45th on the immortal rankings board. Brother, you have such good eyes. You can still recognize him after being beaten up like this. Can someone explain to me what's going on with that dog? The plaza fell silent again when these words were spoken. I don't know what's going on with that dog, but that person seems to be the new student, Enlin. What? He's that Enlin who entered the university with a Zeroth stage Dao body? Enlin's profile could only be seen on the screen of the battle, so many students didn't recognize him at first glance. After this reminder, many students began to associate him with the portrait on the university celebrity rankings board. Holy sh*T, it really is him. Didn't he enter the university with a Zeroth stage Dao body? How did he become so strong now? Many students were astonished when they saw this. Even though they were watching the battle through the screen, they could tell that the power that erupted from Enlin's fists was definitely not something that an ordinary, powerful being could display. Fierce winds howled when he punched, and his fists were extremely swift and violent. Shocking! The most powerful backdoor entrant, who entered the university with a Zeroth stage Dao body, actually beat up a powerful being on the immortal rankings board. Was this the fall of morals, or was it the counterattack of an underdog? Many students came to a realization. This was big news. The atmosphere on the White Jade Plaza began to ignite, and many students argued endlessly. Some students guessed that Enlin concealed his strength when he entered the university. Some concluded that Enlin possessed a peerless divine bloodline that had only awakened recently, and some female students had even secretly inquired about Enlin's residence. Right at this moment, another sentence popped up. Actually, I'm more concerned about what's going on with that dog. The students in the plaza fell silent again when they heard this. In the forest of 1,000 peaks, Enlin didn't know what was happening on the White Jade Plaza. He was currently beating up Lu Chang, and every punch landed on his flesh, creating loud bangs. Poor Lu Chang. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. The golden light protecting his body was beaten out by Enlin's fist, just like that. Lu Chang's eyes were misty with tears. His lips quivered as he said with great difficulty, Enlin F***CDU. Did I dig up your ancestral grave? Damn it. He clearly just wanted to quietly deal the final blow. The man and the dog in the sky suddenly pounced on him. Without saying a word, they started beating him up. Most importantly, they only slapped his face. Who did he offend? Enlin's expression was one of extreme rage, and it was as if he wanted to skin him alive. However, this was clearly the first time he and Enlin had met. What kind of enmity was this? Enlin frowned slightly when he saw the protective golden light. He rubbed his slightly swollen hand and said, "It really hurts." When Lu Chang heard these words, his chest felt stifled, and he nearly vomited another mouthful of old blood. Enlin glanced at Lu Chang and continued, "Oh, I'll answer your question just now. You didn't dig up my ancestral grave. The reason why I hate you like this is because you stole my business. Listen well. I'm the professional at dealing the final blow. Only I can deal the final blow. I'm definitely going to be the final blow king." With that, Enlin gave a thumbs up and pointed at himself with a proud and smug look. After hearing this, Lu Chang successfully vomited that mouthful of blood that was stifled in his chest. On the White Jade Square, the students were shocked once again. The crystal screen only had the function of recording the live broadcast. The students couldn't hear the conversation during the battle. Therefore, the students only saw Enlin say one sentence, and then Lu Chang vomited blood. Amazing! Is this the coercion of a powerhouse? No, I think this is some kind of sound wave supernatural power. It can hurt people invisibly. F***CK, this supernatural power can hurt people through the protective golden light? That's awesome. Enlin Jr. brother is really unfathomable. He's a true peerless master. In the forest of 1,000 peaks, after Lu Chang disappeared, and Lin once again looked toward where Su Xiaolan was fighting. Rumble. Flames exploded, and scorching heat waves spread in all directions. Su Xiaolan walked out of the flames. The dancing flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they circulated around her. Behind her, Xiong Sha, who was ranked 29th on the Mortal Rankings board, was already kneeling on the ground, and a protective golden light appeared. When Enlin saw Su Xiaolan's appearance, his heart ached, and he hurriedly ran over. There were already several sword wounds on her body. Her plain Taoist robe was stained with dark red blood, and her pretty little face looked especially pale. Su Xiaolan, and Lin shouted. When Su Xiaolan saw the person who came, a look of joy appeared on her jade-like face. And Lin, why are you here? I heard the sounds of fighting, so I came over. By the way, are you all right? And Lin asked worriedly. Su Xiaolan shook her head lightly. It was normal to get injured in a fight. This kind of injury was not particularly serious to her. Then she saw the huge dog behind Enlin, and she was instantly shocked. Enlin, what's with the dog behind you? Oh, you mean it? It's Dubai, Enlin explained. Ah, it's the perverted dog that peeps on girls bathing? Su Xiaolan's beautiful brows widened, and she covered her mouth as she exclaimed. She obviously could not believe that the perverted dog that Enlin had mentioned to her before was actually so mighty. Woof! Enlin, is this how you usually introduce me to others? Dubai was furious. He glared at Enlin and said, Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Uft! They say that don't wash your dirty linen in public. Can't you beautify my deeds? And Lin scratched his head awkwardly. Su Xiaolan also knew that she was outspoken and made a mistake. She quickly changed the topic. Ah, I really didn't expect Dubai to be so cute and mighty. Seeing is believing. Speaking of which, how did you guys get together? When Dubai heard Su Xiaolan's compliments, his dog face relaxed slightly. And Lin immediately changed the topic and explained to Su Xiaolan how he met Dubai. On the White Jade Square, when Enlin defeated Lu Chang and walked towards Su Xiaolan, the students thought that another big battle was about to break out. However, what they didn't expect was that the two people and one dog in the scene actually chatted leisurely. What? So they know each other. Forget it. Let's watch the battles elsewhere. Some students said in disappointment. The crystal screen was currently divided into more than a dozen windows. Each window had a battle going on. The students also paid attention to the battles they liked purposefully. The teacher in charge of the live broadcast of the battle was about to close the screen of Enlin's battle. Then he seemed to have seen something. He stopped in place and his eyes widened. Look at Enlin's screen. A student suddenly exclaimed in the square. Many students heard this and looked at the screen. Then they all froze in place as if they had seen something incomprehensible. This scene was so beautiful that everyone forgot to breathe and fell into silence again. The two people and one dog who were chatting happily suddenly changed the scene. They saw that the giant white dog suddenly opened its bloody mouth and then swallowed Su Xiaolan whole. Chapter 35. Oh my God, the dog ate her! And it swallowed her alive. Is there a need to be so bloody? Tens of thousands of students stared blankly at the giant white dog on the screen. They had yet to recover from the tragic death of a beautiful young girl in the belly of a ferocious beast. Aren't they friends? Why did they suddenly attack? Indeed, that dog is too strange. I think it's the final boss of this event. So, can anyone stand out and explain what's going on with this dog? Everyone. Just when everyone was silent, the scene changed again. The white dog opened its mouth wide and emitted a golden light, looking very powerful. Damn, this dog can spit out golden light. The students were shocked again. No, this should be the golden light of the defeat judgment seal. Some students began to react. They already had a guess in their hearts. In the forest of 1,000 peaks, and Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the golden light emitting from Dubai's mouth. He knew that his attempt had succeeded. Dubai swallowed Su Xiaolan at her request. In the previous battle, Su Xiaolan had actually exhausted the power of the divine phoenix meridian in her body. This kind of power was extremely difficult to recover in a short period of time. In other words, she had already displayed her strongest side to the teacher above the barrier. Without the power of the divine phoenix meridian, Su Xiaolan could not unleash her strongest strength. She would suffer in the following battles in vain, so it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. Just like that, Dabai used the great engulfment technique and swallowed Su Xiaolan in one gulp. After entering Dabai's stomach, Su Xiaolan could not break through with her strength. Moreover, the vitality in her body was continuously being stripped by Dabai. This was truly a hopeless situation. Just like that, the defeat judgment seal was activated. With a flash of golden light, Su Xiaolan left the place without suffering any additional damage. This method was unexpectedly useful, and Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dabai, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? If I encounter a very powerful enemy, you can swallow me in one gulp. Dabai. After Su Xiaolan left, and Lin once again rode on his dog and set off on his journey. In the white jade plaza, a golden light flashed, and Su Xiaolan's tall and slender figure appeared. Then, the powerful healing ability of the array formation began to heal her sword wound. Such a powerful healing effect. Su Xiaolan's beautiful face was filled with surprise. Her injuries were recovering very quickly. At this rate, she might be able to fully recover in a few hours. At this moment, a voice sounded beside her ear. Junior Su, congratulations on escaping from the mouth of a dog. A man's face was filled with sympathy and sincere blessings. Junior Su, it's all in the past. Don't think about it. At this moment, another woman spoke. Yeah, being alive is the most important thing. It's just being swallowed by a dog. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Another student consoled. Immediately afterward, countless students looked at her with caring expressions and used kind words of encouragement. Su Xiaolan. 2 hours later, there were less than 100 students still fighting in the forest of 1,000 peaks. During this period, apart from paying attention to the battles of the spirit-nurturing stage cultivators, the students paid the most attention to Lin's battle, and Lin and Dabai flew freely in the sky. Once they discovered an enemy, they would descend from the sky and pounce fiercely. Do you recognize a fist technique that descends from the sky? Mountain quaking fist. When the golden fist descended, it was the beginning of the enemy's nightmare. It had to be said, the unique fighting style of the human and dog duo attracted the attention of countless people. Countless powerful cultivators on the immortal rankings board had fallen tragically and perished. And Lin and Dabai were able to make a name for themselves with their extremely powerful battle records and earned a title that reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. This title was passed down by word of mouth among the tens of thousands of students. That title was the Heroic Human and Dog Duo. Look, another powerful cultivator on the Immortal Rankings board has been targeted by the Heroic Human and Dog Duo. Oh, which unlucky **starred is it this time? It's Zhou Qingyan, ranked 92nd on the Immortal Rankings board. It's over, so weak? I think he's going to be defeated by the Golden Light Poison Fist. I don't think so. I think he'll be able to last until the second technique. The students discussed animatedly, and the scene was exceptionally lively. Due to the fact that both Lin and Dabai's attacks had a basic pattern to them, the students all named their moves and then guessed how many moves their opponents could last in the forest of 1,000 peaks. Zhou Qingyan carried his sword on his back. He had already defeated 11 students of the 10th stage Dao body, and his sword intent had already accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. So what if the enemy is strong? I only need to swing my sword, and I'll be able to sweep them away. First year, Class 1, and Lin, please enlighten me. A voice descended from the sky. Zhou Qingyan looked toward the sky and sensed the powerful aura. He shouted, Good! Fourth year, Class 2, Zhou Qingyan. Please enlighten me. A golden fist descended from the sky and pressed down on Zhou Qingyan with the weight of Mount Tai. Ha 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 ha. What a powerful immortal spell. But no matter how many immortal spells there are, I'll break them with a single sword. Pwah! Before Zhou Qingyan could finish a sentence, a huge wind claw condensed from the air and struck him in the chest. Boom! When he was struck by the wind claw, the huge golden fist also landed in front of him. The terrifying power instantly knocked him to the ground. Zhou Qingyan spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were extremely resolute. He actually used 2 immortal spells at the same time, one in the light and one in the dark. Impressive, but so what? I'll break them with a single sword. Pwah! The huge figure in the sky descended and completely crushed him under its body. The huge force caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Zhou Qingyan felt a little dizzy. When he saw the huge figure in front of him, his expression froze. So his opponent was not a human, but a huge dog? What on earth was going on? The huge white dog even smiled at him with a demonic charm? Before he could figure out the reason, a figure leaped down from the back of the huge dog. Whoosh! The figure's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it appeared in front of him. Then a storm of fists rained down. Zhou Qingyan was beaten senseless by these terrifying fists. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a word. Wait a minute. When Anlin heard Zhou Qingyan's words, he stopped attacking and looked at him with some confusion. Senior, what's wrong? Are you not going to continue? When Zhou Qingyan heard this, he almost couldn't help but cry. How am I continuing to fight? This is continuing to be beaten by you. And Lin, do you dare to receive a sword from me? Zhou Qingyan said with difficulty. He had been accumulating power for this sword for a long time. If he didn't release it, the battle would end. He was unwilling. When Anlin heard his words, he had a strange expression. You're a Virgo? Zhou Qingyan. When Anlin saw Zhou Qingyan's expression, he smiled. Looks like Senior didn't study hard enough. Zhou Qingyan was still dumbfounded. Anlin said helplessly, All right. I'll let you deliver a sword. He knew that if someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder couldn't find a reasonable outlet, they would suffocate to death. Zhou Qingyan finally understood Anlin's last sentence. He smiled and said gratefully, In that case, thank you, Anlin Jr. brother. Dabai moved his body away. Anlin also began to slowly retreat, making space for him. Zhou Qingyan was overjoyed. He knew that his chance to turn the tables had come. Although he was severely injured, he was still confident that he could defeat this powerful enemy with one sword. He wanted to crawl up from the ground, but he found that his legs were trembling and he couldn't stand up anymore. He wanted to use his hands to pull out his sword, but he found that his hands were also temporarily numb from being crushed by Dabai. Zhou Qingyan's entire body was trembling, but he couldn't move anymore. Seeing Zhou Qingyan's state, Anlin and Dabai looked at each other. Senior, do you need help? Anlin asked with concern. A teardrop slowly rolled down from the corner of Zhou Qingyan's eye, just like his unconcealable sorrow. Yes, I do need help. Anlin, Jr. brother, please continue to attack and bring out my golden protective light. Chapter 36. Anlin was a very kind-hearted young man. He knew what Zhou Qingyan was thinking and understood the pain Zhou Qingyan was going through. Thus, he came to Zhou Qingyan's side and gently held Zhou Qingyan's sword-wielding hand, lifting it up slightly. Just like that, Zhou Qingyan's hand was lifted by Anlin's hand, and he lightly poked Anlin's knee with the sword in his hand. See, I've helped you fulfill your wish. You've successfully delivered a strike. Anlin looked at Zhou Qingyan with a sincere gaze. Tears streamed down Zhou Qingyan's face as he said in a trembling voice, Anlin Jr. brother, I'll definitely pay you a visit next time to thank you. I'll stab you to death with my sword. Anlin shook his head. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Zhou Qingyin also shook his head seriously. A drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. You can't run away. And Lin sighed lightly and didn't say anything else. He used the iron fist of love on Zhou Qingyin. The battle between Lin and Zhou Qingyin was displayed on the crystal screen. Tens of thousands of students were deeply moved by their actions. What a touching battle between brothers! Yeah, and Lin's gentle gaze and Zhou Qingyun's manly tears both touched me. This is brotherly love. Nonsense, this is clearly love. A female student protested. What had to be mentioned was that from this day onwards, the battle between Lin and Zhou Qingyun began to spread throughout Xiaoxian United University and became a long-lasting story. After defeating Zhou Qingyun, Lin began to fly on dog kinesis flight toward the Immortal King Peak. Currently, the boundary was still shrinking. It was rumored that it would eventually shrink to a radius of 1.5 kilometers. This was completely forcing people to fight. Elsewhere in the forest of 1,000 peaks, two people were facing off against each other. A green-robed male, wielding a dragon-patterned spear, exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the heavens. His talent was outstanding, and his strength was unrivaled among the younger generation. He was the goal of all the students in the school. He was the current #1 on the Immortal Rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan. Who was it that had the strength to confront him? Standing across from Wang Xuanzhan was a youth with delicate features. His eyes were extremely pure, as if all the filth in the world had been removed. He stood there, his aura subdued, and his sense of existence was extremely low. He was like a stone, a speck of dust. Anyone who passed by would just glance at him and then forget about him. And Lin had seen that young man before. His name was Chun Chen. Chun Chen's rank had remained at the 8th stage Dao body ever since he entered the academy. Chun Chen, you won't be able to escape this time. Wang Xuanzhan stared at Chun Chen with a scorching light in his eyes. Chun Chen looked at the man in front of him and sighed softly. Other people will unknowingly forget about me, but your impression of me is becoming more and more profound. Your obsession is too strong. If this goes on, I'll become your inner demon. Wang Xuanzhan's aura erupted from his body, and his battle intent surged. Chun Chen, ever since I entered the academy, you're the only person who has received a true God's invitation letter like me. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I know you're definitely not weak, but you've avoided me time and time again. This is my last chance. You're the only opponent I haven't defeated yet. The more I can't fight you, the more I want to fight you. If I can't defeat you, I won't be able to accept the #1 spot on the Immortal Rankings board. You've already become my inner demon. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to defeat you. Only then will my inner demon be dispelled. A peculiar expression appeared on Chun Chen's face as he listened to Wang Xuanzhan's incessant rambling. Wang Xuanzhan, are you a Virgo? Wang Xuanzhan was confused. What? Chun Chen sighed. Sigh, you haven't learned your mortal studies well. Wang Xuanzhan. I'm sorry, I don't want to fight no matter what. If I'm your inner demon, then you'd better find other ways to deal with it. Chun Chen shook his head with the intention to leave. At this moment, on the White Jade Plaza, Wang Xuanzhan's battle attracted the attention of most of the students. Do you think Wang Xuanzhan will be able to fight Chun Chen this time? Who's Chun Chen? Oh, he's facing off against Chun Chen. I almost forgot about him. What you should be asking is how long until Chun Chen can escape from Wang Xuanzhan's grasp. That's right. Chun Chen's escape techniques are extremely strange. His title as the most powerful escapee in the academy is not just for show. That makes sense. After all, he's already successfully escaped 3 times, and they're all instant escapes. Wang Xuanzhan can't do anything to him. Maybe Wang Xuanzhan has a backup plan this time? Every time Wang Xuanzhan participates in the free-for-all battle, he always says he has a backup plan to deal with Chun Chen. When have you ever seen him succeed? This The students on the plaza discussed spiritedly. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, a battle was about to break out. Chen Qin, I've already mastered the white dragon spear intent. You can't escape. Wang Xuanzhan could tell that Chen Qin intended to escape. Instantly, he released all of his aura. A white glow flashed on his spear, and he was just waiting for the spear to strike like a dragon, cutting off Qin Chen's path of retreat with a single strike. Right at this moment, a white-robed male flew over on his sword. He transformed into a streak of white light and landed in front of Qin Qin. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my battle with Chen Qin? Wang Xuanzhan was extremely displeased with this uninvited guest. I'm first year, Class 1's Xian Yuancheng. The male had a graceful bearing. He bowed gracefully and gently before replying, You're Xian Yuancheng. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression relaxed slightly. Although you're also a talented individual, you can't recklessly interfere in a battle. If you want to fight me, wait until I take care of Qin Qin. Xian Yuancheng shook his head lightly. My purpose in coming here is to stop your battle with Senior Qin. Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhan was enraged. What does my battle with him have to do with you? Senior Wang, you're of the spirit-nurturing final stage, yet you're attacking Senior Qin, who's of the 8th stage Dao body. I can't stand by and do nothing, Xian Yuancheng said slowly with a resolute expression. Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhan became even more enraged. The free-for-all battle is a free-for-all battle. Why are you sticking your nose in other people's business? Xian Yuancheng furrowed his brows. When there's a huge disparity in strength, it's easy for the weaker party to be heavily injured. There have even been deaths in the past. We have a responsibility to protect the weaker party. Although the weaker party isn't suited to survive in this world, it's exactly because of this that we need to give the weaker party a chance and allow them to grow into powerful beings. Wang Xuanzhan's lips twitched. Where on earth did Xian Yuancheng's theories come from? A ball of rage gathered in his chest. He suppressed it and continued. Qin Qin concealed his strength. He's a powerful being. Then does Senior Wang know what Senior Chen's true rank is like? Xian Yuancheng asked. This. Wang Xuanzhan had never fought Qin Qin before, so how could he know his true strength? Seeing Wang Xuanzhan's hesitation, Xian Yuancheng knew that he had done the right thing. If Senior Qin really is of the 8th stage Dao body, he advised with a gentle expression, then wouldn't he be in great danger at Senior Wang's hands? Why do you have to do this, Senior Wang? Are you going to move or not? Wang Xuanzhan glowered at him. He really didn't know why this man in front of him was so nosy and talkative. An indescribable sense of irritation and rage threatened to explode in his chest. No. Xian Yuancheng's expression was resolute. Just like that, Wang Xuanzhan finally exploded. How dare you? I've King had enough of your blabbering. Eat my spear. Wang Xuanzhan's spear transformed into an azure dragon and pierced toward Xian Yuancheng. Chapter 37. Xian Yuancheng was already prepared for battle. In the face of this astonishing spear strike, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he brandished his long sword and met the attack head-on. Boom! The first collision between the two of them caused a terrifying explosion of energy, causing the ground within a radius of 30 feet to crack open. Wang Xuanzhan's explosive temper had long since been ignited by Xian Yuancheng. Thus, he unleashed his full power from the get-go. He only wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. An azure dragon of vital energy revolved around the spear, stabbing, flicking, and sweeping. Each strike carried with it an unstoppable aura. Xian Yuancheng continuously retreated to evade the attacks. His sword trembled and formed a circular barrier of air. Every time Wang Xuanzhan's spear pierced into the barrier of air, it would be impeded by a viscous force. At this time, Xian Yuancheng would take advantage of this momentary delay to evade or block. Xian Yuanqing knew that Wang Xuanzhan was very powerful. If he fought him head-on, he would be defeated very quickly. It was exactly because of this that he used his most powerful defensive technique. He only defended and didn't attack in order to buy time for Chen Qin to escape. "Senior Qin, what are you doing here? Hurry up and run!" Xian Yuancheng yelled at Qin Qin. "Qin Qin!" Xian Yuancheng's defense was like sticky candy. Wang Xuanzhan was extremely aggrieved. After hearing what Xian Yuancheng said to Qin Qin, he finally exploded again. He unleashed his second form of rage. This time, not only did the azure dragon of vital energy revolve around the spear, but his entire body also transformed into a dragon. Azure dragon scales appeared on Wang Xuanzhan's body. His aura also skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the spirit nurturing stage. "You actually have the bloodline of the dragon tribe." Xian Yuancheng's expression changed upon seeing this. Almost all of the students on the White Jade Plaza turned their attention to Wang Xuanzhan's battle. This was a battle between the number one on the Immortal Rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan, and the most powerful new student of this cohort. Moreover, this was a battle between two powerful cultivators who both had true god invitations. It was quite a spectacle. "It's over. The power of Wang Xuanzhan's Dragon Tribe bloodline has already been activated. He's going to use his full power in battle." A student with a small beard and a leisurely expression, who had the bearing of an expert, spoke. "Senior Student Pan, you mentioned the Dragon Tribe bloodline. Could it be that Senior Student Wang is from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas?" An adorable female student asked curiously. At the same time, a large group of students in the surroundings also looked at Senior Pan with curiosity in their eyes. This Senior Pan clearly enjoyed this kind of gaze, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face. What a joke! He was Pan Buyu, ranked 20th on the Immortal Rankings board. It was normal for his juniors to look at him with respect. Wang Xuanzhan is not a member of the Dragon Court. His Dragon Tribe bloodline originates from the ancient Dragon bloodline. This is an extremely ancient bloodline inheritance. How he obtained his dragon race bloodline power is a secret to us. But what is certain is that it is precisely because of this ancient dragon clan bloodline that he obtained the true god's recognition. Pan Buyu's words caused many students to come to a sudden realization. A true god could single-handedly destroy the entire Dragon Court. How could the Dragon Court's bloodline compare to a bloodline that could obtain the true god's recognition? Then, Senior Student Pan, how much longer do you think Xian Yuancheng can last? A first-year female student asked timidly. She worshipped Xian Yuancheng very much. Now that she heard Pan Buyu's words, she immediately began to worry for Xian Yuancheng. Pan Buyu chuckled lightly and extended a finger. 15 minutes? The female student asked, blinking her eyes. No, he can't even last one move, Pan Buyu said seriously. His words instantly caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Hearing this, the female student's slender body trembled, as if she had received a heavy blow. He can't even last one move? Are you kidding me? However, Pan Buyu was a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. He had even battled against Xian Yuancheng before. Therefore, his words were very authoritative. Even if some people didn't believe him, they wouldn't refute him to his face. Everyone stared nervously at the image on the crystal screen. If Pan Buyu's words were reliable, then this battle was probably going to end soon. Pan Buyu also looked at the image of Xian Yuancheng and sighed softly. He thought to himself, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being nosy. Wang Xuanzhan's next spear strike will be very painful, because last year I was defeated by a single spear strike from Wang Xuanzhan in this state. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, Wang Xuanzhan, who had activated the power of the ancient dragon tribe bloodline, was covered in azure scales. His eyes were golden and exuded a boundless might. He pointed his spear at Xian Yuancheng and said coldly, "I only need one spear strike to defeat you." Wang Xuanzhan moved. This time his body moved along with his spear, his speed as fast as lightning. The shadow of an azure dragon formed along the path he ran, and the tip of the spear was the dragon's fang. Howl! The roar of the azure dragon shook the heavens, and the ferocity of the spear was unstoppable. Xian Yuancheng only felt that the instant Wang Xuanzhan attacked, the tip of the spear had already arrived before him. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing an ancient dragon. A terrifying might engulfed him from all directions. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage, they definitely wouldn't even be able to muster the thought of resisting in the face of such a scene. However, Xian Yuancheng was extremely calm. Heaven and earth reversal. His eyes became blank as if they had lost focus. Only when the tip of the spear arrived before him did the long sword in his hand start to move. Although it looked very slow, it made contact with the sharp tip of the spear just in time. The image of a black and white fish materialized beneath his feet, and the long sword slowly turned to a mysterious angle. Boom! An azure dragon spewed forth, and the extremely powerful spear strike actually tore apart the ground 100 feet in front of Wang Xuanzhan, forming a pitch-black ravine. Blood slowly dripped onto the ground. Xian Yuancheng was injured. However, there was a look of shock on Wang Xuanzhan's face. "You actually dodged it." Xian Yuancheng's shoulder had been pierced by the spear, and blood stained his left arm. He didn't reply. Instead, he took advantage of Wang Xuanzhan's shock to retreat and put some distance between them. "Senior Qin, if you don't run now, I won't be able to hold on much longer. I can only last 5 more moves at most. Hurry up." After saying this, Xian Yuancheng continued to assume a defensive stance. Wang Xuanzhan, Chun Qin. Somewhere on the White Jade Plaza, many students turned their gazes toward Senior Pan. In response, Pan Buyu remained silent, maintaining the appearance of a superior cultivator. What a joke! He was Pan Buyu, ranked 20th on the Immortal Rankings board. It was perfectly normal for his juniors to look at him with reverent gazes. However, at this moment, Senior Pan didn't have much of an expression of enjoyment on his face. His face was a little red, and it even felt a little hot within the forest of 1,000 peaks above Wang Xuanzhan and Xian Yuancheng's battle. Dioscorea Cancongensis was observing the battle. When he saw that Xian Yuancheng had dodged Wang Xuanzhan's full-force attack, his expression involuntarily changed. Xian Yuancheng is indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect. To have comprehended the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi at such a young age. Just based on this technique alone, his battle prowess is already much stronger than that Pan Buyu. Chapter 38. The battle between Wang Xuanzhan and Xian Yuancheng erupted once again. Each time the spear and the long sword clashed, vital energy would surge and explode, creating an extremely fearsome sight to behold. If a normal person were to approach their battle, they might very well die innocently from the shockwaves of their battle. Wang Xuanzhan didn't unleash that earth-shattering spear strike from before. After all, that technique wasn't something that could be used casually. Xian Yuancheng was already injured, so it was only a matter of time before he lost. Most importantly, Chun Qin didn't leave this place. Wang Xuanzhan decided to conserve some of his strength to deal with Chun Qin. Techniques that expended too much energy should be used as little as possible. On the other side of the battle, Chun Qin also had a conflicted expression. To leave or not to leave, this was a problem. If he chose to leave, then Wang Xuanzhan would definitely put his life on the line and pay a heavy price to end this battle as quickly as possible. When that time came, Xian Yuancheng would definitely lose miserably. Chun Qin felt that if he chose to leave, it would be a little unfair to Xian Yuancheng, who had sacrificed himself to save him. But if he didn't leave, would Xian Yuancheng be angered to the point of vomiting blood? After all, he was kind enough to create an opportunity for him to escape, but he just stood there and watched the show. Sigh! Why did I encounter such a troublesome situation? Chin Chen's delicate features were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and he felt as if he had aged by a day. Forget it. Let's just let Junior, Xian Yuan, finish this battle calmly. Chen Chen made his decision, and his expression returned to normal as he continued to spectate the battle from where he stood. Wang Xuanzhan was a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage to begin with, and now that he had activated the power of his bloodline, his battle prowess was off the charts. Each of his attacks was imbued with extremely powerful might, forcing Xian Yuan Cheng to retreat again and again as he sustained injuries. Right at this moment, a huge dog flew past in the sky, and a handsome male sat on its back. He swept his gaze toward the battlefield, and his expression suddenly shifted. Dragon Bow! Wang Xuanzhan discovered an opening in Xian Yuan Cheng's defense, and he thrust his spear downward. The projection of an azure dragon appeared between heaven and earth as the spear fell before pouncing toward Xian Yuan Cheng. Boom! The azure dragon image broke through Xian Yuan Cheng's circular qi barrier and exploded. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out, and the ground within a radius of 3 zhang around Xian Yuan Cheng caved in. Violent air currents swept out in all directions, forming a hurricane. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Xian Yuan Cheng's mouth. His body swayed slightly, and in the end he could no longer support himself and fell backwards. A golden barrier appeared around him. Xian Yuan Cheng had been defeated. Wang Xuanzhan panted heavily. He didn't think that Xian Yuan Cheng would be able to last so long against him. Defeating a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage shouldn't even be this difficult. The difficulty of this battle had far exceeded his expectations. He turned his gaze toward Chin Chin, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Finally, there's no one here to interrupt our battle. I'll definitely... Before he could finish his sentence, an enraged roar sounded from the sky. How dare you? How dare you injure my big brother Cheng? Die! Saying this, the man and the dog descended from the sky. Wang Xuanzhan looked up at the sky, and his face convulsed. What's wrong with me today? Who did I piss off? Chan Chen had initially planned to run away, but he stood rooted to the spot in a daze when he saw the scene in the sky. The one with the biggest reaction was Xian Yuan Cheng. When he saw the two approaching figures, he immediately yelled, "Classmate and Lin, don't come over! Run!" However, the man and the dog in the sky didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, they sped up and charged toward them. Xian Yuan Cheng was exhausted. He had initially thought that, by stepping forward, Chen Chen would be able to escape. Now, Chen Chen didn't run, and classmate and Lin had come to send him off on the White Jade Plaza. The students who had witnessed the battle were all in awe of Xian Yuan Cheng's performance. Who would have thought that such a powerful cultivator would appear among the new students? He was actually able to last so long against Wang Xuanzhan's full power. From the strength he displayed, even some cultivators of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage are no match for him. In 2 or 3 years, the first place on the Immortal Rankings board will probably belong to him. Classmate Xian Yuan is so handsome. Even though he was defeated, his white robe still fluttered gracefully in the wind. D*MN this image. Can't you zoom in and let me have a good look at classmate Xuan Yuan's face? The cameraman doesn't have to go to work tomorrow. Xian Yuan Cheng's fangirls protested loudly, and the crowd was enraged right at this moment. A figure flying on dog kinesis flight appeared on the screen. This image was so familiar that all the students were momentarily dazed. Holy F *CK. It's the heroic human and dog duo. What are they doing here? Don't tell me they're going to use their golden light poison fist to smash Wang Xuanzhan's face? Golden light poison fist? Even if they unleash all 18 forms of dog pounce, they still won't be able to take down Wang Xuanzhan's spear. It's important to recognize the difference in strength. If they don't throw their lives away, they might be able to survive for a while longer, and Lin and Dabai's appearance caused another wave of commotion among the tens of thousands of students. However, many students didn't have high hopes for them. In fact, they were a little disappointed. Why did they have to take things so hard? Why couldn't they find other students? They wanted to watch a few more fights between a human and a dog. At the top of the enchantment barrier, the white-haired Dioscorea cankengensis also felt his heart ache when he saw a man riding a dog onto the stage. These are the weirdos that Madagascar mentioned, right? As expected, they're extraordinary. Dioscorea cankengensis stroked his beard as he muttered to himself. The data had already been transferred to his hands. After looking at the data, he almost pulled his beard out. Not only was his heart unable to bear it, but his head was also aching. And Lin, combat capability, 260, achievement score, 1010 and Lin summon beast, Dabai, combat capability, 400, achievement score, 630 what the hell is a summon beast? Does the cultivation world even have summon beasts? And this achievement score split in pairs? Is this the solution that Madagascar came up with to resolve this conflict? This is way too sloppy. Students had to have a combat capability of over 250 to enter the top 100 of the Immortal Rankings board, and students of the Spirit Nurturing stage had to have a combat capability of over 350. And Lin, a student who entered the school with a Zeroth stage Tao body and slept in class, already had the strength to enter the top 100 of the Immortal Rankings board after only cultivating for 4 months? And what the hell is with this 1010 achievement score? Is he trying to break the school record? Dioscorea cankengensis had a lot of words to say, but he felt terrible holding them in the end he thought it through. Existence was reasonable, and this F*** human and dog duo could still exist here. So it must be reasonable. I'll just follow Madagascar's method and remember it first. In any case, Celestial Immortal Yuhua is the one who's going to have a headache in the end. This kind of troublesome matter should be left to Vice Principal Yuhua to handle. In the sky, and Lin became even more furious when he saw that Xian Yuan Cheng had already been teleported out with injuries all over his body. Of all the people he could bully, why did he have to bully my big brother Chen? Dabai, go up and CK him up. You go first if you can, Woof. And Lin, let's go together. Dabai, together, Woof. Chapter 39. Wang Xuanzhan didn't expect that after beating up a busybody, another would appear out of nowhere to avenge him. The most important thing was that this revenge was revenge for that meddlesome person. What the hell was going on? Moreover, it was a human and dog duo. Where did these freaks come from? Wang Xuanzhan had a bad temper to begin with. Now he was gnashing his teeth. He felt as if he had been trampled over by 10,000 mythological beasts. First year, Class 1, and Lin. Please enlighten me. And Lin summoned beast, Dabai. Please enlighten me, Woof. Wang Xuanzhan. Wang Xuanzhan had decided that he was going to turn these two weirdos into a kebab. Just as the battle was about to begin, a figure suddenly appeared between Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin. Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin both paused when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared. Senior brother, don't stop me. Get out of the way. Enlin said anxiously, Anlin junior brother, Wang Xuanzhan, and I have already agreed to battle here. No matter how anxious we are, we still have to abide by the principle of first come, first served. Don't you agree? Chun Chin looked at Enlin with his clear eyes and spoke in a refined and courteous manner. Hearing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Enlin's face. Senior brother, you're only of the 8th stage Tao body. You want to battle a senior of the Spirit Nurturing stage? Chun Chin nodded earnestly. Even Enlin could clearly sense the determination on his face, and Lin couldn't find a reason to object. He could only suppress his anger and retreat to the side with Dabai. Wang Xuanzhan was ecstatic. Never would he have thought that Chun Chin would take the initiative to battle. If he had to make an analogy right now, it would be he was about to marry a sow. Then a fairy-like woman suddenly appeared and kicked the sow away. Then she insisted on dragging him into the bridal chamber. Senior Brother Chin, do you really mean what you said just now? Wang Xuanzhan's battle intent began to burst forth, and his dragon's might surged like raging waves as he stared at Qin Chen with a scorching gaze. That's right. Let's do it. Qin sighed softly. He knew that if he didn't stop Lin would end up like Xian Yuancheng. This feeling of people constantly standing in front of him gave him a very subtle feeling. At this moment, his state of mind was very clear. At the very least, he couldn't drag these cute juniors out because of his own matters. All right. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Xuanzhan finally erupted. The battle intent that he had accumulated for more than 3 years was completely released at this moment. Rumble. The scales on Wang Xuanzhan's body trembled, and his golden eyes were imbued with a dragon's might that looked down upon all things. The power of his ancient dragon bloodline had been completely released. When the battle will was released, the wind howled furiously. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the roar of dragons and thunder could be vaguely heard. Seeing this, Dioscorea Kenkenjensis's face was filled with shock. This is a natural phenomenon. In the dragon court of the eastern seas, only soul formation stage dragon kings could use the power of their bloodline to trigger a natural phenomenon. However, Wang Xuanzhan was able to do so at the spirit nurturing stage. This truly gave Dioscorea Kenkenjensis a fright. He won't die, will he? Dioscorea Kenkenjensis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Qin Chen with a worried expression. Qin Chen's strength had always been a mystery. Although he had been stuck at the 8th stage Dao body for the past 5 years, no one would believe that he only had the strength of an 8th stage Dao body. Just that escape technique alone was enough to easily escape from a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. It wasn't something that a student of the 8th stage Dao body could use. That was an escape technique that even the teachers couldn't understand. However, at this moment, Wang Xuanzhan's combat prowess had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if Chen Chen was concealing his strength, could his true strength really be heaven-defying? What if Wang Xuanzhan really managed to kill Qin Chen with his relentless attacks? Dioscorea Kenkenjensis's head was about to explode. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to use his ultimate technique and crushed a jade talisman. Summon Mario. Tui, summon Vice Principal Yuhua. Amidst the dark clouds, a thick bolt of lightning fell and struck Wang Xuanzhan's spear. Instantly, a lightning dragon coiled around the spear, bringing with it a terrifying might of heaven and earth. This technique of mine is called the Lightning Dragon Spear. Are you ready to take this? At this moment, Wang Xuanzhan was like a god of war. As he spoke, his voice boomed like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Qin Chen remained silent and made a gesture of please. Wang Xuanzhan moved. Wielding the lightning dragon-coiled spear, he stabbed toward Qin Chen. It was impossible to describe what kind of speed this was. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xuanzhan appeared before Qin Chen like a bolt of lightning. The spear was inches away from Wang Xuanzhan, exuding an invincible might that made it difficult for one to breathe. Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and extended his index finger toward Wang Xuanzhan's glabella. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent at the tip of Qin Chen's finger. Wang Xuanzhan's body froze on the spot. Looking at Qin Chen's finger, he felt an indescribable sense of terror. That finger grew larger and larger, and the might of the heavenly Tao enveloped his entire body. Wang Xuanzhan's body trembled slightly. He saw a finger that could pierce through the heavens, and it was pointing toward him. If this finger fell, he would definitely be obliterated. He felt like an ant looking up at a finger that could shatter the heavens. Clang, clang! As if it had encountered something extremely terrifying, The lightning dragon on the spear transformed into countless arcs of electricity and dissipated. Wang Xuanzhan's battle intent cooled, and he stumbled back in fear as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sun shone down upon the earth once again. Chen Chen was enshrouded in a layer of light, but he still appeared as pristine as ever. What technique is that? Wang Xuanzhan's lips trembled, and he stuttered. Finger of the heavenly Tao, Qin Chen replied with cupped hands. Saying this, he turned and left. Wang Xuanzhan looked at Chen Chen's departing figure, but he couldn't bring himself to stop him. His battle intent had been shattered, and fear welled up in his heart whenever he thought back to that finger that could steal the colors of heaven and earth. Ha! I'm so laughable, Wang Xuanzhan muttered to himself as he sat on the ground in dejection. And Lin, who had been spectating from afar, came to a realization when he saw Qin Chen's finger. Immediately afterward, his head began to throb with intense pain. Ah, it hurts. And Lin collapsed to the ground and clutched his head as he howled in pain. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The pain was unimaginable. A dazzling light radiated from his system in his mind. Finger of the heavenly Tao, a finger that contains the essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Upon initial mastery, it can annihilate all things. Upon phenomenal mastery, it can pierce through space, pierce through time, and shatter the great Tao. The heavenly Tao is flawed. The heaven-crushing technique and the heaven-mending technique both manifest their Tao. This is the heaven-crushing technique. A string of information began to flow into Lin's mind. However, he was in so much pain that he couldn't process this information. He could only clutch his head in agony. Dabai was dumbstruck. He didn't understand why Wang Xuanzhan would stop attacking after Qin Chen extended that ordinary finger and collapsed to the ground in fright. He also didn't understand why Lin would suddenly roll around on the ground after seeing that finger. The tens of thousands of students on the White Jade Plaza were also dumbstruck. They looked at each other. At most, they would rub their eyes and continue to stare at the screen in bewilderment. They really wanted to say something or make some guesses to explain what had just happened. However, they soon discovered that they couldn't come up with any explanation for this phenomenon. All they saw was the peerless Wang Xuanzhan collapse to the ground in fright after being struck by Qin Chen's ordinary finger. This scene was far too bizarre. How were they supposed to explain it? Could it be that Qin Chen had forgotten to add special effects to his technique? If that really was the case, then they would have to congratulate that person because they were only half correct. When Chen Chen unleashed his technique, he only applied special effects to Wang Xuanzhan. The others didn't get the chance to witness it. It was exactly because of this that Dioscorea Kenkenjensis's eyes widened upon witnessing this scene. He couldn't help but pull out a few strands of his white beard. Holy F***CK! What the hell happened? Can someone explain this to me? Dioscorea Kenkenjensis was dumbstruck. He was on the verge of tears. It was one thing for the students to be dumbstruck, but he was the teacher responsible for assessing the combat strength. Did Wang Xuanzhan lose to Qin Chen? Then, could someone tell him how Qin Chen's combat strength was calculated? He didn't even F***king know what Chen Chen's finger represented. What right did he have to write down Qin Chen's combat strength? Dioscorea Kenkenjensis turned his pleading gaze toward a man standing in the air beside him. He had thick, black eyebrows and a thick, black mustache, giving him an extremely comical appearance. That's right, he was Vice Principal Yu Hua, who had rushed over in time after Dioscorea Kenkenjensis crushed his jade talisman. Vice Principal Yu Hua had also witnessed everything that had transpired earlier. Ahem. Sang Qing. I used my divine sense to observe the battles in other areas. How about you give me a report on what just happened? Celestial Immortal Yu Hua asked with a nonchalant expression. Sang Qing's face twitched violently. Can't you come up with a better excuse, Principal? Although my beard is white, that doesn't mean I have dementia. Chapter 40. Dioscorea Kankanjensa sighed. His expression was gloomy, and he didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, Vice Principal Yu Hua spoke again. He no longer spoke in a joking tone. Instead, he spoke in an extremely serious tone. Songqing, just pretend you didn't see what happened to student Chen Chen. Songqing was momentarily dazed. Just as he was feeling confused, Vice Principal Yu Hua continued. All things are indifferent, and the affairs of the world return to dust. Chen Chen has made a mistake this time. As teachers, the only thing we can do now is to correct the mistakes of our students. Do you understand? After listening to Vice Principal Yu Hua's words, Dioscorea Kankanjensis finally came to a realization. All the fog began to disperse. Songqing understands. Dioscorea Kankanjensis lowered his head respectfully and bowed to Celestial Immortal Yu Hua. Vice Principal Yu Hua nodded his head in approval when he saw Dioscorea Kankanjensis. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze downward again. There was another person there that he was more concerned about. That was Enlin, who was currently rolling around on the ground. Enlin didn't know how long this headache lasted, but in his eyes, it felt as long as a century. This kind of terrifying pain was deeply imprinted in his mind. He could definitely write tens of thousands of words to describe this feeling. Ouch, this pain, it almost took my life. And Lin rubbed his head and stood up with difficulty. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Aren't you still alive, Wolf? Dabai wagged his tail happily as he looked at Enlin, who seemed to be fine. Chin Chin had already left. Silence reigned over the battlefield, and Lin looked at Wang Xuanzhan, who was still sitting on the ground with a vacant look in his eyes. He began to hesitate. Dabai, do you think we should still go up and fight him? And Lin couldn't bear to see Wang Xuanzhan lose all will to fight and was in a daze. Of course we're going. Isn't beating a drowning dog our favorite thing to do? Dabai said proudly. Don't be so proud of such a terrible thing, okay? And Lin felt a little helpless. Just as Enlin and Dabai were discussing whether to go or not, Wang Xuanzhan had already stood up unsteadily. When he saw that Enlin and Dabai were still standing in place, his face sank. Why didn't you take the chance to escape? Why are you still here? Are you here to make fun of me? As Wang Xuanzhan walked toward Enlin, rage gradually welled up in his heart. Could it be that you think I'm a pushover just because I lost to Chin Chin? Is that why you want to defeat me so that you can make a name for yourself in the Celestial Court? Let me tell you, even if I lost to Chin Chin, I'm still countless times stronger than you guys. You want to defeat me? Dream on. I'll let you know the true difference in power. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes turned golden again, and the power in his body surged forth like a raging wave. He needed a battle to reforge his battle intent, and Lin was initially in favor of leaving. But now Wang Xuanzhan blabbered on, and was about to unleash his power to beat him up. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to. Woof! As expected of the number one on the Immortal Rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan. After suffering a setback, he recovered his status as the school god of war so quickly. And Lin, let's run! Dabai suddenly spoke, and Lin was so angry that his vision darkened. Weren't you in favor of fighting just then? It's too late to think of running now. Dabai stuck out his tongue awkwardly. In the beginning, he thought that since he and Wang Xuanzhan were both of the spirit nurturing stage, there shouldn't be too much of a difference in power. However, when he saw the battle between Wang Xuanzhan and Chin Chin, he was frightened by the terrifying power of Wang Xuanzhan's bloodline. After that, there were many twists and turns, and Wang Xuanzhan was mysteriously defeated. Moreover, he even lost all of his battle intent. Seeing this, Dabai had a devious thought. He wanted to experience the thrill of being ridden by a dog. Coincidentally, Wang Xuanzhan also had the thought of using them to practice his spear. Moreover, they were in pretty good condition. How was he supposed to continue? And Lin, how about this? I'll swallow you first. That should be fine, right? Dabai was still a loyal friend at this critical juncture. After realizing that he couldn't win, he decided to use a gentler method to send Lin out of the barrier. And Lin shook his head and sighed lightly. Then he stood in front of Dabai and faced Wang Xuanzhan. Dabai's eyes widened in shock. He didn't know what Lin was up to. And Lin, if we're going to fight, I'll be the main attacker. You'll be the support. What are you doing standing in front of me? I want to try out a new technique. If it doesn't work, then you can attack. And Lin wasn't very confident either. Dabai. At this moment on White Jade Plaza, all the students had just recovered from the battle between Chen Qin and Wang Xuanzhan. Then they saw that Wang Xuanzhan and the gallant human and dog duo were also about to fight. Their hearts that had just calmed down were now on edge again. This was especially true for Xin Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan, who had just returned to White Jade Plaza. Their faces were filled with worry. At the same time, there were also some students who were gloating. They were all students who had been eliminated by the human and dog duo. Right now, there was an expectant look on their faces. Humph and Lin, aren't you very good at fighting? Now, let's see how you'll be eliminated miserably. As a senior, Pan Buyu was able to ease the awkwardness of the situation. He saw that Wang Xuanzhan and the gallant human and dog duo were about to fight on the crystal screen. He felt that it was time to save some face. Wang Xuanzhan's invincible battle intent was shattered during his battle with Chen Qin. He is no longer as invincible as before, but now he's already slowly recovered from his previous battle. He still possesses the power of spirit nurturing final stage. He'll use the gallant human and dog duo as a whetstone to return to the peak of his power. Pan Buyu's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He appeared proud and refined. His words attracted the attention of all the students. It was as if he had become the center of attention in this area. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, Wang Xuanzhan felt a tightness in his chest when he saw that Lin actually dared to stand out and face him head-on. A ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. You, a cultivator of the 9th stage Tao body, actually dared to stand out and fight me alone. Very well. Do you think that I'm trash just because I was defeated by Chen Qin of the 8th stage Tao body? And Lin had no way of responding to this. He could only stand still and wait for Wang Xuanzhan's attack. Wang Xuanzhan was quite enraged by Lin. A mere cultivator of the Tao body stage dared to fight him head-on. To an extremely proud person like him, this was a great humiliation. Watch out for my spear. Wang Xuanzhan didn't waste any more words. His spear, which was surrounded by a vital energy azure dragon, fiercely stabbed forward. The might of this spear was extremely great. Even a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage would be killed if they didn't evade. However, Lin didn't evade or evade. Instead, he extended his finger. What a similar scene, what a similar action. The only difference was that the person using it was different. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhan recalled the terror of being dominated by the finger of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Heaven and earth darkened. It was as if only Lin's finger, which contained the supreme great Tao, remained in the entire space. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes widened, and an expression of terror appeared on his face. He felt as if he was facing an incomparably powerful existence. He felt as if he was about to die. Even when he was facing Chen Chen's attack, he didn't feel this intense feeling of impending death. The entire space was solidified. Even vital energy couldn't flow. This time, it was different from Chen Chen's attack, because this time, its special effect didn't just target Wang Xuanzhan. Instead, it targeted the entire world. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the sun and moon reversed direction. Amidst the chaos, only this supreme finger reigned supreme. Even though the tens of thousands of students on the White Jade Plaza were separated by a screen, they could still clearly feel the suffocating power emanating from the finger. It was suffocating and struck fear into their hearts. a massive hole suddenly appeared in the spell formation that enveloped the forest of 1,000 peaks. The supreme power of the great Tao poured into the hole and converged upon that single finger. Vice Principal Yu Hua stood rooted to the spot with an expression of shock on his face. Dioscorea Kankangensis was like a statue. He was completely speechless. Instead, he felt the urge to kneel onto the ground. Wang Xuanzhan was already scared witless. Drool was dripping from the corners of his mouth. He was completely immobilized as he stared blankly at that single finger. What a terrifying finger! Just by charging its power, it was able to make all things pale in comparison. And Lin was extremely astonished. After that bout of intense headache, he had already gained some understanding of the finger of the heavenly Tao. But didn't the system say that he didn't have the right to unleash it? He had thought that the "don't have the right to unleash it" referred to him putting on a show like Chin Chin to scare Wang Xuanzhan. However, the scene before him now, a power that caused heaven and earth to pale in comparison, was rapidly converging upon his hand. This power that made even him tremble in fear had already materialized and was about to be unleashed at full force. And Lin roared in his heart. He wanted to stop the technique. He knew that if he truly unleashed this finger, even 100 Wang Xuanzhan wouldn't be enough to stop it. However, aside from his consciousness, he felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. He couldn't stop his movements at all. It's over. Wang Xuanzhan is done for this time. Chapter 41. A boundless golden glow erupted from Lin's fingertip. This power was already beyond his control and was about to escape from his fingertip. A ferocious expression appeared on Lin's face as he desperately tried to restrain his power. At the same time, he roared in his heart, "No, put it away. At least, don't hate Wang Xuanzhan." Perhaps it was because of his intense desire, or perhaps it was because of the effect of his roar, but the glow on his fingertip suddenly dimmed and the power within it quickly dissipated. And Lin's expression faltered. Before he could even heave a sigh of relief, a wisp of silk-like golden light escaped from his fingertip. It pierced through Wang Xuanzhan's head, but didn't cause him any damage. Immediately afterward, it landed on the ground behind Wang Xuanzhan. Boom! Boundless energy erupted and the entire earth began to tremble. The golden light was like a divine sword glowing with boundless radiance, tearing the earth apart and extending for over 10,000 feet. The pure power of the great Tao reduced all matter in its path to dust and annihilated all the small mountains in its path. Soon the power completely dissipated and everything returned to normal. And Lin stared at the seemingly boundless rift valley up ahead, and he was completely dumbstruck. Wang Xuanzhan's expression was sluggish. After the suffocating power around him dissipated, his eyes rolled over, and he completely fainted on the white jade plaza. The tens of thousands of students felt their bodies relax after the light from the finger disappeared. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from their shoulders. Right at this moment, someone stared at the screen and yelled, "Look, what's that?" Everyone stared at the screen. After the dust and smoke dissipated, the scene revealed on the screen caused them to all draw in a sharp breath. Everyone stared at the scene before their eyes, dumbstruck. A gigantic rift had appeared on the ground, extending for over 10,000 feet. It was pitch black and eerie, and even the sunlight was swallowed by it, unable to reach the bottom at all. It was like a scar on the earth, sinister and terrifying. Even earth immortals of the soul formation stage wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying power, let alone cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. After a long while, some students finally recovered from their shock and stammered, "Is this the power of Lin's technique?" Countless people raised their heads and looked at the proud and upright figure. His expression was indifferent, and his white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, appearing ethereal and majestic. Was it really him? Regardless of whether it was the unconscious Wang Xuanzhan or the ghastly crack in the ground, all of them gave the students a surreal feeling. Pan Buyu slapped his own face and kept saying, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. However, the students quickly accepted this fact. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Tens of thousands of students had clearly seen how Lin had unleashed that finger attack through the screen. This definitely couldn't be faked. Furthermore, they had all experienced how terrifying that finger attack was through the screen. So how could it be faked? Thus, many of the students turned to Lin with a scorching light in their eyes. Some of the female students even gazed at the figure on the screen with adoration. So, he is the most monstrous person among the new batch of students. Bullshit. He's already the most monstrous person in our entire school. Student Lin possesses such divine powers. Even when he was rumored to be the most networked entrant, he still remained calm and indifferent. Such a temperament is worthy of respect and admiration. On the plaza, the topic of Lin instantly exploded. The more people talked about it, the more animated they became. In the end, student Lin seemed to be covered in a layer of divine radiance. Even Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuancheng, and the others who were familiar with Lin felt as if they were meeting him for the first time. Lu Debao even bragged to the people around him that he and Lin had once fought an evenly matched battle. Gradually, the topic of conversation began to change. Lin, I want to bear your children. Lin is mine, go away! Everyone has the right to pursue Lin. Let's compete fairly. All right, I'm Lin's classmate. Those who want to have an intimate date with Lin, men stand here, women stand over there. I'll make a tally and report it to him. Lin's peerless charm was attractive to both men and women. The crowd was unusually enthusiastic. At this moment, someone said something loudly, and the crowd instantly quieted down. Stop fighting, all of you. Lin is already together with that white dog. Have you all forgotten the title of the gallant man and dog couple? As soon as this was said, everyone came to a realization. That's right, that white dog and Lin's battle is so tacit. They fight side by side, they live and die together. Their bond is so deep, they are a pair. When Zhao Huayin, who was in the corner, heard this, he cried until he fainted in the toilet. However, there were still many fans who did not give up. They all cast their cold gazes at the white dog on the screen, and they began to plan in their hearts in the forest of 1,000 peaks. Dubai suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and he couldn't help but sneeze. What's with this feeling? Is there another enemy? Dubai's face changed. He looked left and right, but didn't find any signs. He looked at Lin and found that he was still standing in the same place, looking graceful and graceful. He couldn't help but call out, "Woof! Although you're very powerful, haven't you had enough of posing for so long? Do you think I want to pose?" And Lin wanted to speak to Dubai, but he couldn't open his mouth at all. Right now, he couldn't feel his body, just like when he used the finger of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't control it at all. In the sky, Dioscorea Kenkengensis didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face Lin below. Was this person really the student he knew? He could stab him to death with just one finger. Dioscorea Kenkengensis turned his gaze toward the vice principal of Yuhua, but found that his expression wasn't much better than his. In fact, the vice principal of Yuhua looked even more shocked than him, and he still hadn't come to his senses even now. Dioscorea Kenkengensis continued to write down the data. Wang Xuanzhan, combat capability, 1200 achievement score, 8100 note, defeated by Lin, combat capability. When he wrote down Lin, his finger paused and he turned his pleading gaze toward the vice principal of Yuhua. "Vice principal, may I ask what Lin's combat capability should be?" he asked softly. Hearing this, the vice principal of Yuhua began to come to his senses. He looked at the elderly man beside him and sighed. "Songqing, you're still thinking of writing down data at a time like this. I'm very touched by your professionalism. However, if student Lin had unleashed his full power just then, he might have been able to split this entire floating continent in half. Even I don't know what to write down for his combat capability." Hearing this, Songqing was once again dumbfounded. What? And Lin hadn't unleashed his full power from that attack. He could split this floating continent in half if he unleashed his full power. Couldn't Lin be some true god in disguise and came to school out of boredom? Song Qing felt like he was about to cry. Was this really AF * King student? He definitely wasn't a student, right? Right at this moment, the vice principal of Yuhua suddenly looked down at Lin with a perplexed expression. Student Lin doesn't seem to be in a good state. A ding sounded in Lin's mind and a notification appeared. Congratulations! You have completed the mission of being admired by tens of thousands of people. You have officially activated the Divine Might technique. He was a little dumbfounded. This Divine Might technique had always been listed as the most impossible mission. How did it suddenly complete? What on earth happened? Then, before he could figure out the reason, he felt a swelling pain all over his body. Ding! Detected that the host is suffering from the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Protection mechanism activated and Lin's heart jolted. What backlash of the heavenly Tao? Could it be the aftereffects of that attack just now? A heart-wrenching pain began to spread through his body. It was an indescribable pain, as if every single cell in his body was being torn apart. Right at this moment, he felt his body swelling up more and more, as if it was about to explode. Bam! And Lin exploded. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of students and under the watchful eyes of the vice principal of Yuhua, his body exploded into a mist of blood. A thick mist of blood covered the entire space like a blooming red flower. Chapter 42. Before the blood mist had even dissipated, Vice Principal Yuhua had already teleported to Lin's side. He waved his sleeve, and the blood mist dissipated. Then they saw a man standing there like a man made of blood. Holy F * CK, with these injuries he's not dead, is he? Vice Principal Yuhua was slightly taken aback. Then he took out a spirit pill without hesitation and placed it into Lin's mouth. At the same time, he unleashed an extremely powerful healing immortal technique to treat Lin's internal injuries. Dioscorea Kankengensis also hurried over and asked anxiously, "Principal, how is student Lin?" And Lin's self-destruction had given him quite a fright. Now that he saw Lin covered in blood, he began to worry even more. All the blood essence in his body has dissipated, and his physical body should have been completely shattered. However, a mysterious power has preserved his body. Even so, his current condition is very bad. I'm going to move him into the soul-locking ice coffin, Yuhua said with a grave expression. Dioscorea Kankengensis was shocked to hear this. The soul-locking ice coffin was an immortal tool that was used to prevent one's consciousness from dissipating. This was already the ultimate life-saving measure in the school. Who would have thought that Lin's injuries would be so severe? Principal, let me go with you. Song Qing was very worried about Lin and made a request. Sir Principal, I want to go with you, Woof. Dabai also ran over and looked worriedly at Lin, who had become a man made of blood, as he spoke to celestial immortal Yuhua. Yuhua nodded. All right, come with me. It'll be more convenient for you to take care of student Lin. After saying this, Vice Principal Yuhua transformed into a streak of light and charged out of the spell formation with Lin in tow. Dioscorea Kankengensis and Dabai followed closely behind him. On the white jade square, the students were in an uproar when they saw this sudden scene. Oh my God! Why didn't Lin suddenly explode? Could it be the after effect of that move? If that's really the case, I feel like that move is a move that kills 100 enemies, but damages himself 10,000. With such injuries, can he still live? Since Vice Principal Yuhua is here, and Lin should be fine. Just as the students were discussing spiritedly, a girl suddenly stood up and ran out of the square. Her injuries hadn't healed yet. Now that she was running violently, her wound split open again, staining her Taoist robe red. The graceful figure did not care and just rushed out of the healing array formation on the square and ran into the distance. Su Xiaolan, I'll go with you. A voice suddenly came from behind her. Su Xiaolan raised her fair and flawless face and saw Xian Yuancheng flying over on his sword. Is your injury all right? Su Xiaolan asked. It's just a minor injury. If something happens to a student in our class, we can't just ignore it. Let's go. The medical center is quite far from here. I'll take you there on my sword. Xian Yuancheng smiled warmly. Thank you for your trouble, class monitor. Su Xiaolan was also very worried about Enlin's current condition, so she nodded and agreed without hesitation. The sharp sword carried Xian Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan into the sky again, transforming into a streak of light as it flew toward the medical center. In the forest of 1,000 peaks, the boundary had already shrunk to a radius of 5 kilometers. The powerful cultivators of the immortal rankings board had all started their final battles. The Tao Body Stage students were quickly defeated by the Spirit Nurturing Stage students. The Tao Body Stage students were eliminated one after another. In the end, this place had completely become a battlefield for cultivators of the Spirit Nurturing Stage. In this final battle, the most dazzling two were Lu Qianhuan and Yang Qinggu. Lu Qianhuan's vital energy was extremely abundant, and she unleashed all kinds of strange immortal spells, defeating several powerful cultivators of the Spirit Nurturing Stage in a row. Yang Qingwu's sword techniques were unparalleled, and no one dared to face him head-on. He also became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and his aura had already accumulated to its peak. Just as he thought that he was about to enter the final battle with Lu Qianhuan, an unexpected opponent appeared. She was Su Qianyin, who had always kept a low profile among the new students. Yang Qinggu was stunned by her beauty as soon as he saw her. As expected of the #1 goddess of the school, she was almost comparable to the one from the Moon Palace. Ordinary cultivators might feel unsettled when they saw Su Qianyin, but not Yang Qinggu. He was only loyal to his sword, and he didn't have much interest in anything other than his sword. A cultivator of the Spirit Nurturing Final Stage versus a cultivator of the Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage. There was no suspense in this battle. Yang Qinggu was brimming with confidence as he battled Su Qianyin. Then one of his hands was chopped off. Yang Qinggu clutched his arm in agony. What kind of weapon is that? He exclaimed in shock. A semi-transparent blue moon was revolving joyfully around Su Qianyin, and it appeared to be extremely agile and lively. Immortal tool, moonlight disc, Su Qianyin said lightly. Yang Qingwu's eyes widened in shock. Holy F***CK, an immortal tool? In the kingdom of the 9 states, immortal tools were the ultimate treasures of first-rate sections. And this young girl actually had one in her possession. Yang Qinggu had been the victim of this moonlight disc. He didn't expect for the moonlight disc's flight path to be so unpredictable. It moved as if it was teleporting, appearing before him in the blink of an eye and chopping off his arm. Su Qianyin knew that an immortal tool could only unleash its full power in the hands of a return to void stage, celestial immortal. In her hands, it could only unleash a small portion of its power. It could be said that it was a huge waste. However, she had no choice. Big Sister Chang loved her so much that she forced the moonlight disc into her hands. If Yang Qinggu found out how she had obtained this weapon, would he vomit blood in anger? Yang Qinggu had suffered a loss due to his carelessness, but he quickly calmed down and launched another attack on Su Qianyin. Although an immortal tool was powerful, there was still a way to deal with it in the face of a massive cultivation base gap. After a series of intense battles, Yang Qinggu finally secured the final victory. The cultivator with power had finally defeated the cultivator with krypton metal. Tears of excitement welled up in Yang Qingwu's eyes as he looked at the golden barrier before him. He gripped his broken sword tightly as he walked toward the final battlefield. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan saw Yang Qinggu, who was riddled with wounds. Not only was his weapon broken, but even one of his arms had been severed. There were also many wounds on his body, and his aura was extremely weak. Lu Qianhuan's cherry lips parted slightly, and a look of surprise blossomed in her jewel-like purple eyes. Collecting heads and whatnot I love the most. Lu Qianhuan yelled out a Chinibu before unleashing a final spark. Boom! The six-feathered staff rotated in the air, and a beam of energy shot forth like a laser cannon, instantly piercing through Yang Qinggu's body. Yang Qinggu, dead? No. A golden barrier had already appeared on his body, teleporting him out of the spell formation along with his severed arm. Presumably, his arm could still be salvaged. After defeating Yang Qinggu, Lu Qianhuan's expression didn't relax much. This was because there was still one person who hadn't arrived. The number one on the immortal rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan. So annoying. Even if I use that secret technique, I feel like I only have a 20% chance of winning. Lu Qianhuan had a distressed expression. She became even more distressed when she thought about how painful it would be to be defeated. Just as she was waiting, the flying sword god suddenly appeared before her. Congratulations, student Lu Qianhuan. You are the last student in the forest of 1,000 peaks, with the exception of Qin Qin. You will receive a special reward from our academy. Now follow me out of the spell formation. The flying sword god said with a warm smile. I'm already the last student? Then what about Wang Xuanzhan? Lu Qianhuan asked in surprise. Wang Xuanzhan has already been defeated by Enlin. However, Enlin was also severely injured and has already been teleported outside. The flying sword god explained patiently. Lu Qianhuan was even more astonished now. Her beautiful purple eyes widened. What? Wang Xuanzhan was defeated by Enlin? Sigh. Enlin has become so strong. Then how am I supposed to use force to force him to play games with me in the future? The flying sword god grimaced upon hearing this. Shouldn't she be complaining about how Enlin had become so strong? Why was she thinking about games instead? Sure enough, the rumors in the outside world were right. This internet addict girl's imagination was extremely strange. The flying sword god made a decision in his heart, and that was to protect Enlin no matter what. He couldn't allow this internet addict girl to harm him. Chapter 43. It was chaos, as if he was in endless darkness. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Enlin heard a voice that seemed to come from his soul, and he struggled to open his eyes. Then he saw a body that was as white as jade, naked from head to toe. Rabbit. This rabbit was at least half the height of a person, and it was kneeling on the ground. It held a jade pestle in its hand, and it constantly smashed down on a small basin that was emitting a golden glaze. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The fragrance of medicine filled the entire room, and Enlin felt comfortable all over after taking a whiff. He unconsciously let out a low cry. Hearing the sound, the rabbit turned its head, and a pair of round pink eyes blinked at Enlin. You're awake? A very crisp and pleasant voice came from the rabbit's mouth. May I ask where this place is? Enlin nodded in response. His head still hurt a little, so he used his hands to slightly pinch his temples. The rabbit jumped in front of Enlin and said, What's 9,695 times 874? Enlin was startled when he heard this and said blankly, let me calculate. 3 seconds later, an extremely disappointed voice was heard. What? So you're awake, but your brain hasn't recovered. Let me recuperate a little more. Enlin looked up and saw a jade pestle, like a club, directly smashing toward his head. Thump! Enlin's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a coma. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. In the darkness, Enlin seemed to hear a voice from his soul. He struggled to open his eyes, and then found that the rabbit was also looking at him. What's 126,876 divided by 13? The rabbit asked. Enlin's lips trembled, and he was just about to say that he should get a pen and paper. 2 seconds later, the rabbit sighed softly. Sigh, so you haven't recovered. The jade pestle pierced through the air and hit Enlin's head. Thump! Enlin fell into a coma. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. In the darkness, Enlin seemed to hear a call from his soul. He tried to open his eyes and found that the rabbit was looking at him. Is this a nightmare? Enlin asked with tears in his eyes. The rabbit didn't answer and continued to ask, What is 896 to the third power? Enlin's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this, and he immediately yelled, Wait! My brain is normal. I'm not stupid. It's just that I've never learned arithmetic. The rabbit blinked its eyes, and its 2 big ears drooped down along its cheeks. It said with some confusion, If that's the case, then it's troublesome. How should I know if your brain is normal or not? When Enlin heard this, tears welled up in his eyes again. Speaking of which, was this rabbit's brain really normal? When he saw the rabbit pick up the jade pestle again, he finally knew that the rabbit was serious. How about this? I can recite poems, and I will use them to prove myself. Enlin was quick-witted and shouted, Recite poems. That's a good idea. Recite them. The rabbit stared at Enlin with its big pink eyes, and its face was full of anticipation. The moonlight shines in front of my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at the bright moon. Enlin recited. The rabbit, he's actually reciting a child's poem. As expected, his brain still hasn't recovered. The rabbit raised the jade pestle again. Thump! Enlin's head was hit by the jade pestle, and he fainted again. Enlin felt wronged. He thought that the rabbit wouldn't have heard of the poem he recited. He didn't expect the rabbit to recognize it. In the darkness, an unknown amount of time passed. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Enlin heard the call from his soul again. However, this time he chose to keep his eyes closed. He wouldn't open them even if he was beaten to death. You can knock all you want, I'll sleep. At this moment, a voice sounded in the room. Xiaoya, how's Enlin doing? It was a woman with a soft voice. Enlin was very familiar with it. Xiaoya? The jade rabbit that Su Qinyan mentioned before was this? He's woken up a few times, but there's still something wrong with his brain. I'm going to use some medicine to nurse him back to health. The rabbit's voice sounded. Who's wrong with his brain? You're the one with AF asterisk king, abnormal brain. Enlin roared in his heart. He knew it was time to open his eyes. Classmate Su, I'm awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at the woman in front of him and continued. Also, I'm very normal. Don't listen to that rabbit's nonsense. Classmate Enlin, you're finally awake. Su Qinyan was very happy. She moved closer to Enlin. A pair of soft, jade-like hands held onto Enlin's wrist and felt the energy in his body. His meridians and energy essence are more or less recovered. Big Sister Chang Yi's ultimate creation pill is indeed effective. Su Qinyan heaved a sigh of relief. What? Big Sister Chang Yi? Ultimate creation pill? Enlin's eyes widened in confusion. Su Qinyan was just about to explain when the rabbit spoke first. It's like this. During the free-for-all battle, your body suddenly exploded. You lost all your blood essence, and your meridians were all destroyed. If Celestial Immortal Yuhua hadn't sent your body to the soul-locking ice coffin in time for preservation, you would have died a long time ago. However, even Celestial Immortal Yuhua couldn't do anything about your injuries. It could be said that, aside from your consciousness, your body was already crippled. In the end, Su Qinyan begged my master to save you. Only then did my master agree to refine an ultimate creation pill for you to repair your meridians and regenerate your blood essence. Enlin looked gratefully at Su Qinyan upon hearing the rabbit's words. Thank you. I, Enlin, will definitely repay your kindness. Su Qinyan blushed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, the rabbit jumped in front of Enlin and spoke first. Repayment is a must. The pill my master refined is a second-grade immortal pill. Not many people in the entire kingdom of the 9 states are able to refine it. He even used countless rare treasures, gathered the essence of the moon, gathered the vitality of heaven and earth, and unleashed a peerless divine power. And Lin became more and more shocked as he listened to the rabbit's words. How about, Master Rabbit, you name a price first? And Lin felt more and more guilty. This was AF asterisk king debt that he couldn't repay even if he sold himself 10,000 times. Ahem, the rabbit cleared its throat and rolled its eyes. Then it said slowly, you can repay this slowly, it can't be rushed. First, you have to help me gather the following ingredients. I'm all ears. And Lin said solemnly. The rabbit continued, 50 kilograms of dried carrots, 10 boxes of carrot-flavored potato chips, a ton of freshly squeezed carrot-flavored fries. And Lin's mouth gaped open as he stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Where were the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures? Where were the rare materials? Is it really okay for me to buy a bunch of junk food as repayment? All right, and Lin, big sister Chong, he is a very nice person. She didn't ask you to do anything to repay her. These are all little Yu's requests. She knows you're going to the mortal world. So she wants you to buy some delicious food for her. Su Qianyun smiled faintly at Lin's expression, revealing 2 dimples as she explained softly. Su Qianyun, why are you siding with an outsider? If this gets out, I'll be so embarrassed. The rabbit glared at Su Qianyun and said angrily. Su Qianyun's face turned red again after hearing the rabbit's words. And Lin grasped the key point in Su Qianyun's words. Wait, you said I'm going to the mortal world. Su Qianyun nodded. In 10 days. You'll be the first batch of new students to descend to the mortal world. And Lin was shocked. Descend to the mortal world. I can return to Earth. Chapter 44. News of Lin's awakening swept through the entire school like a hurricane. After the free-for-all battle, he had already become the university's #1 celebrity. He was known as the most outstanding person in the world. In a short period of time, many students came to visit, and gifts were piled up in the storage room. To be honest, the word overwhelmed was no longer enough to describe his current feelings. What he was feeling right now was that he was truly overwhelmed by the favor of a superstar. Yu too returned to the Moon Palace after seeing that Lin was fine and that his brain really didn't seem to have any major problems. Su Xiaolan's eyes were a little red when she saw that Lin had woken up. She handed him a golden, glazed longsword. This was a high-rank magic tool that Lin had received as a reward for participating in the free-for-all battle. Because Lin was still unconscious during the award ceremony, Su Xiaolan claimed it for him first. In addition, because Lin was also a student on the Immortal Rankings board, he had the opportunity to enter the Jade Pagoda to temper his body. However, he was still unconscious when the Jade Pagoda opened, so he missed it also because Lin's performance in the free-for-all battle was outstanding. He had the opportunity to enter the God's Tomb Mountain with the top 10 powerful cultivators on the Immortal Rankings board to comprehend Tao. However, he was still unconscious when the God's Tomb Mountain opened, so he missed it again after Lin woke up and heard this news. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This was no longer something that could be described as having missed out on 100 million yuan. Another thing was that he had been in a coma for 2 whole months this time. Fortunately, this self-detonation didn't leave behind any sequelae. After waking up, not only did he not feel weak, but he also felt full of energy, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. This was probably the effect of the ultimate creation pill. And Lin and Su Xiaolan strolled around the campus. He had just recovered from a serious illness, so it was good for him to go out and walk more. During this time, Su Xiaolan told him about the latest rankings on the Immortal Rankings board. Although Lin's finger attack was shocking, it was a move that he had risked his life for. Out of consideration for his safety, the school did not include that move in his combat value. Thus, Enlin was ranked 23rd, the highest-ranked cultivator apart from cultivators of the spirit-nurturing stage. This ranking did not change his transcendent position in the school. The students still regarded him as the true number one in the school. Enlin smiled bitterly when he heard the news. The price of acting tough was too high. He almost exploded and died. He even owed Chang'e a favor that was hard to repay. Against such a deadly move, he wouldn't use it a second time, even if he was beaten to death. Although Wang Xuanzhan had been scared unconscious by Enlin, his combat prowess was still the highest in the entire school, and he was ranked number one on the Immortal Rankings board. Lu Qianhuan was ranked second on the Resident Immortal Rankings, while Yang Qinggu was ranked third for 10,000 years. Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyun also relied on their respective strengths to fight for the 9th and 8th positions on the Immortal Rankings board. This was a rather sensational event for the school. There was also an interlude, and that was the fact that Enlin's summoned beast, Dabai, was not ranked on the Immortal Rankings board. However, the school's official explanation was, Dabai was a spirit beast, not an immortal. If they wanted to rank him, they would make a beast rankings board first, and then make an evaluation. To this, Enlin smiled calmly. When Dabai came to visit him yesterday, it had complained to him. It had worked hard and performed well, but it was not rewarded. Moreover, it would occasionally feel a chill in its heart as it walked around the school grounds, as if someone was staring at it and wanted to eat it. Enlin believed that these people were either beaten up by him or were his fanatical fans. That's right, Enlin had a large group of fans now. He was a superstar now. Even though he was walking with Su Xiaolan, he was still being followed by many students, and Lin sighed lightly. Was idol chasing popular in the cultivation world as well? He had underestimated the impact that the finger of the heavenly Tao had on the students. Thinking of the finger of the heavenly Tao, he thought of Chun Chin. He had only learned this terrifying technique because of Chin Chin. This Chun Chin was definitely not a simple character. Oh, right. What's Chin Chen's ranking on the Immortal Rankings board? And Lin asked, Chin Chin, who's that? Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Huh? He's that young man who scared Wang Xuanzhan to the ground. And Lin explained, Oh, I do remember him. I don't think his name is on the Immortal Rankings board. A look of realization appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Only remember him. And Lin's heart was still shaken when he thought back to such a visually impactful scene. She had almost forgotten about Chin Chin. Her teacher must have seen this as well. There was no reason for him to be barred from the Immortal Rankings board. And Lin shook his head and decided not to think about this. Perhaps everyone was working together to keep a low profile. This wasn't something he could control. All in all, and Lin had reaped quite a lot from the free-for-all battle. Putting aside that suicidal explosion technique, his cultivation base had risen from the 7th stage Tao body to the 9th stage Tao body, and he had cultivated the stage 1 Earth Lotus Supreme skill as well as the Divine Might technique. Furthermore, he had eaten a 2nd rank immortal pill and was full of energy. He had received a bunch of gifts from his fans and obtained a high-rank magic tool. This was quite a haul. Oh, right, I've entered the Immortal Rankings board, so there's still the system's prize draw. And Lin opened the system in his mind and flipped to the Special Missions tab. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have now received a magic tool lottery ticket. This lottery ticket has the following rewards. Magic tool, 100 pieces, spirit tool, 50 pieces, immortal tool, 10 pieces, custom-made weapon, 2 pieces. And Lin stared at the system with a fiery gaze. Who would have thought that the system would not only be able to draw spirit tools, but also immortal tools? Spirit tools were already the most precious treasures of ordinary cultivation sections. As for immortal tools, they were the most precious treasures of first-rate cultivation sects. Although he didn't know what a custom-made weapon was, it must be something amazing. and Lin swallowed his saliva and began to draw the lottery in his mind. Suddenly, the system emitted a blinding light. Ding-ling! Congratulations, you've won the grand prize! And Lin's heart trembled violently. He was so excited that he almost suffocated. I've won the grand prize. Did you hear that? I've won the grand prize. Is it an immortal tool? And Lin looked at the system and saw that it had displayed, Congratulations, you've obtained a custom-made weapon. Chaotic alloy brick. This brick is extremely hard, the hardest brick in the world. The workmanship of this brick is exquisite, with distinct edges and corners, the best neatness in the world. This brick is pitch black, the blackest in the world. Swoosh! A pitch black brick appeared in Lin's hand. It feels good, very metallic, and Lin's body trembled, and he felt like vomiting blood. This is a brick, right? No matter how much you boast, this is still AF asterisk king brick, right? Just like a pile of SH asterisk T. Even if it was excreted by a fairy, it wouldn't change its nature. The system's so-called winning the grand prize is actually a brick. When others fight, they wield swords and sabers. Does he just hold a brick and purposely run over to hit the back of other people's heads? And Lin's vision darkened. His body, which had just recovered from a serious illness, almost fainted from the black brick in his hand. Chapter 45. Time passed by quickly, and there were only 3 days left until the mission to the mortal world. The first batch of new students had already been confirmed. There were only 3 spots, and Lin, Xianyuancheng, and Su Xiaolan. Xianyuancheng was the strongest among the new batch of students, so he was given a spot. Su Qianyun didn't make the cut because she wasn't proficient in any of the languages she had learned. Then Su Xiaolan, who was ranked 25th on the Immortal Rankings board, took over Su Qianyun's spot. After that, it was Lin, a native of the mortal world. The teachers had high hopes for the powerful Lin, who was born and raised on Earth. They appointed him as the team leader for this mission, and Lin was extremely flattered. Even Big Brother Cheng had become his team member. He was under a lot of pressure. On this day, an unexpected guest knocked on the door of his house. Lu Qianhuan, why are you here? An ominous feeling welled up in Lin's heart when he saw that it was the internet addict Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan had already come to visit Lin when he recovered. This time, she definitely did not come because she missed him. There had to be a trap. Hee and Lin, did you miss me? Lu Qianhuan smiled like a flower, and her purple eyes glowed with dreamy colors as she spoke. Ahem. Lu Qianhuan, if you have something to say, just say it. And Lin could no longer stand Lu Qianhuan's way of speaking. Lu Qianhuan sighed softly, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her beautiful eyes. And Lin, can't you be a little more adorable when you speak? You won't be able to find a Dao partner if you act like this. And Lin's chest tightened upon hearing this. The way you speak is so infuriating. Do you think you'll be able to find a Dao partner? Lu Qianhuan smirked. I've already burned hundreds of love letters. What do you think? And Lin choked upon hearing Lu Qianhuan's words, and his heart throbbed with pain. What brings you here, Goddess Lu? And Lin asked in exasperation. All right, I'm here to ask you for a small favor. Seeing that Lin wasn't going to bicker with her, a sincere expression appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face as she got down to business. Tell me, what do you need? If it wasn't something particularly difficult, and Lin would always be willing to help others. Aren't you going to the mortal world? I want you to help me purchase things. Lu Qianhuan asked expectantly. Purchasing agent? And Lin's eyelids twitched. So it turned out that everyone else was purchasing agent from overseas, but he was going to be purchasing agent from overseas. What do you want to buy? He asked cautiously. I don't need much. I need the latest laptop with the latest apps for popular games like League of Legends, Overwatch, Arena of Valor, and Onmyoji installed in it. Also, I need the latest speaker for Wanderer, 2 iPhone 8 phones, and a 65-inch Sony 4K HD flat screen TV. Lu Qianhuan rattled on, and Lin's expression darkened. This isn't much. This isn't F asterisk king much. Can you stuff them all in one house? Speaking of which, I can't possibly carry so many things by myself. Do you want them to ship it all the way to Xiaoxian United University? And Lin forced himself to calm down and chuckled coldly. What a joke! There were so many things that they could pile up into a small mountain. I've already considered this problem for you. Lu Qianhuan took out a ring with a dainty smile. This storage ring has a space of 100 feet. It's a high-grade storage ring with a market value of 20,000 spirit stones. Even the elders of a normal cultivation sect wouldn't be willing to buy one. As for this storage ring, consider it my payment for hiring you to purchase things for me. This. And Lin's eyes widened. This storage ring was extremely tempting to him. However, he still wore a bitter expression. By the way, can you change it to a different style? The storage ring in Lu Qianhuan's hand was pink. There was even a flower-shaped carving on it. If Lin wore this storage ring, he would definitely be treated as a pervert. Why, this ring is quite pretty. Lu Qianhuan was confused. Can't you put yourself in my shoes? And Lin was a little speechless. That's right. I'm just putting myself in your shoes. If I were you, I would like it very much. Pink is so pretty. Lu Qianhuan cocked her head to the side with a puzzled expression, and Lin clasped his hand over his heart as his lips trembled. F asterisk king, putting myself in her shoes. Was this girl's brain working normally? Thankfully, Lu Qianhuan still had other storage rings in her inventory. After much persuasion, and Lin finally managed to exchange them for a silver storage ring. Although it wasn't the pretentious bronze-colored storage ring, it was still much better than the pink one. Lu Qianhuan handed the shopping list to Lin and left. And Lin wore the storage ring happily. This silver storage ring was also a high-grade storage ring. This was a storage ring that was worth 20,000 spirit stones. A storage ring of this grade was considered a precious treasure in the cultivation world. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain one just by helping to purchase things from the mortal world. How could he not be ecstatic? And Lin eagerly refined the storage ring. Then he tossed the black brick and the treasured sword into the storage ring. Furthermore, he also picked out some pills, talismans, formation discs, and other items that his adorable fans had given him. He tossed them into the storage ring one by one. Just as he was happily stroking the ring in his hand, a thought flashed through his mind. It was as if he had opened the door to a whole new world. Not every student had the opportunity to cross the spatial gate and descend into the mortal world. Some students who were passionate about the things of the mortal world would think of all sorts of ways to obtain things from the mortal world. Then, could he start a business of purchasing things from the mortal world? He could determine the amount of spirit stones that the students would have to pay him according to the amount of space in the storage ring and the difficulty of obtaining those items. And Lin's eyes lit up. He was going to do it. In an instant, the dormitory area of the United University of Cultivation was plastered with Lin's advertisement. Dear, do you need a purchasing service? As long as you pay a certain amount of spirit stones, and Lin will be able to help you purchase all sorts of things from the mortal world. Fair dealing, quality guaranteed. This news swept through the entire school like a hurricane. Who was Lin? The #1 celebrity in the school. Moreover, it was said that he had come from the mortal world, so he must be very familiar with the things there. If he was in charge of purchasing, his integrity would definitely be passable, and the quality would definitely be very reassuring. Just like that, countless students who were passionate about the culture of the mortal world placed orders with Lin one after another. Some of them bought all kinds of audio players and albums. Some of them bought all kinds of snacks. Some of them asked him to download a few hundred good movies for them. And some of them even asked him to bring some fun stuff for them if he saw one. In these 3 days, Lin received a whole 30,000 spirit stones as a purchasing service. He looked at the mountain of spirit stones and the stacks of orders in his storage ring, and his heart blossomed with joy. Chapter 46. Today was a very important day. The first batch of new students was about to descend into the mortal world. Anlin, Shenyuan Cheng, and Su Xiaolan were led by their homeroom teacher, the flying sword god, to the southern heavenly gate of the celestial court. Xiaoxian United University was located on a floating continent. It was originally part of the territory of the celestial court, but it was located in a rather remote area. The main territory of the celestial court was located on an even larger floating continent. Compared to Xiaoxian United University, it was like comparing a city to a small town. In order to reach the southern heavenly gate, and Lin and the others flew a total of 500 kilometers. His mission to descend to the mortal world was to reinforce the seal of a demon pagoda in Kunlun Mountain and to kill a recently reported king-level demon in the mortal world. There were 4 types of monsters in the mortal world: monsters, demons, ghosts, and monsters. Monsters and demons were monsters with consciousness, while ghosts and monsters were twisted and chaotic monsters. They were divided into 4 ranks according to their strength: soldier, general, king, and emperor. A soldier rank monster was equivalent to a cultivator of the 5th stage Tao body. A general rank monster was equivalent to a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. A king rank monster was equivalent to a cultivator of the spirit nurturing initial stage. Normally, it would be very difficult for cultivators in the mortal world to deal with monsters of this level. At that time, the relevant departments in the mortal world would report it to the celestial court through special channels. As for an emperor rank monster, it was at least of the half-step soul formation stage. This type of monster only appeared once in 10 years. Once it did appear, it would cause a great disturbance in the mortal world. The mission that Anlin and the others were carrying out this time wasn't too difficult for their team. After all, they had Shenyuan Cheng to rely on. He could even defeat cultivators of the spirit nurturing intermediate stage in the university. In other words, cultivators of the spirit nurturing final stage in the Kingdom of the 9 States might not even be a match for him. Of course, and Lin was the team leader. His mission was going to be even more difficult than that of Shenyuan Cheng and the others. That's right, he still had to act as a buyer. At the southern heavenly gate, 2 jade pillars with dragon engravings pierced into the clouds. At the center of the jade pillar was a light screen with 5 colored ripples. 2 godly generals stood guard at the southern heavenly gate with weapons in hand. Each of them exuded an extremely vast and powerful aura. When they saw Lin and the others, they merely nodded slightly. The flying sword god handed a letter to one of the god generals. It contained the details of the mission and the landing coordinates of the team. Go to the Kunlun Void? The coordinates are the Baiyun Temple in Chengdu, right? No problem. One of the immortal generals nodded and used an immortal technique to condense a holographic operation interface. Wow, how high-end! And Lin's eyes blinked unblinkingly. Was this a scene from a sci-fi movie? How could it be simulated with immortal spells? You guys go through this door first. The immortal general waved at Anlin and the others. Hearing this, Anlin took the lead and walked through the door with a colorful screen of light. After passing through the screen of light, he saw that his surroundings were all gray. There was no up, down, left, or right. Even the ground had disappeared. It was as if he was in a world of chaos. After the 3 of them walked through the door, the immortal general began to choose the coordinates. Thank you, immortal general. The flying sword god cupped his hands at the 2 immortal generals to express his gratitude. It's my duty. You're welcome. The immortal general who was operating the interface replied. Then he felt his nose itch. Then he opened his mouth. Achoo! The immortal general sneezed and accidentally pressed the teleport button on the holographic interface. *T. The immortal general looked at the flying sword god apologetically. The flying sword god. On a beautiful blue planet there was a majestic mountain. On this majestic mountain there was a little flower blooming proudly. I am a flower fairy. What I do every day is silently take root, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the sun shines brightly, I silently take root, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the rain is boundless, I silently take root, diligently photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the spring is infinitely beautiful, I silently take root, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the summer is full of shade, I silently take root, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the autumn wind dyed the forest, I silently take root, sadly photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the winter snow swirls, I silently take root, earnestly photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. Don't you feel annoyed seeing this? This is why I can cultivate to become an immortal while you are mere mortals. I photosynthesize day after day, diligently cultivate year after year. I'm bored too, but I persevere. Today is the last day of my journey to become an immortal. Persevere for one more day, as long as this day ends. The wind today is very noisy, but there is a different kind of gentleness in the noise. I slightly raise my proud head. In the sky, there is an adorable sun and a big butt. I have a bad premonition. The big butt in the sky is getting closer and closer, and the direction it's falling toward is me. No way. I can't be this unlucky, right? I've painstakingly cultivated for dozens of years, but on the day before I become an immortal, I'll be crushed to death by a big butt. Save me. The flower is going to die. The flower fairy loudly yelled, and a crystalline bead appeared on the red flower. Bam! His big but directly pressed down, pressing the flower of the motherland into the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A handsome young man grimaced in pain as he rubbed his butt. The young man descending from the sky was Enlin, who had descended to the mortal world to carry out a mission. Ah! A lithe and graceful figure descended from the sky and threw herself into Enlin's arms. Bam! Another cloud of dust filled the air, and this time it was Su Xiaolan who descended. But luckily, there was a meat shield like Enlin in front of her, and he acted as a buffer, so she didn't suffer much damage. Su Xiaolan's little face was slightly red, and she frantically struggled out of Enlin's arms and stood up. Thank you. Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin gratefully. You're welcome. I actually didn't want to help you. The feeling of hugging a girl in his arms really wasn't all that great, and Lin felt like he was going to faint from being crushed by Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan, whoosh! A man flew through the air on his sword, and his extremely handsome face was full of apology. I'm sorry, classmate Su Xiaolan and classmate Enlin. I was teleported here a second too late. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. The man was none other than Shen Yuancheng. He leaped down from his flying sword and apologized in a gentle and humble manner, and Lin shook his head. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame this **T teleportation. How dare you teleport into the sky? Do you really think Dao body stage cultivators can fly through the sky and burrow into the ground? He held a deep grudge against the two gate gods of the southern heavenly gate. If his cultivation base was a little lower and his body was a little more fragile, then he really would have become the first student to die during a mission in the mortal world. At this moment, a soft and delicate voice came from below him. Ah, big baddie, hurry up and move your *SS away. You're squashing the flower. And Lin was startled by this voice, and he immediately jumped up to look down at the ground. He saw a delicate and alluring red flower sticking tightly to the ground. Its jade neck had already been crushed, and bright red liquid flowed out from it. Chapter 47. Fuck, was that you talking just now? And Lin looked at the flower that had been squashed into a miserable state by him and said in a surprised voice, Xianyuan Cheng and Su Xiaolan also curiously came over and looked at the little flower. Woo, 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 of course it was me. Who did I offend that I had to suffer this kind of disaster? The red flower once again let out a delicate voice as it complained. And Lin became more and more surprised the more he looked. He squatted down and poked the little flower. That's strange. Didn't they say that spirits aren't allowed after the country was founded? Ah, so painful. You're so cruel. I feel like I'm going to die, and you still torture me like this. The little red flower cried out as it was poked by Lin. Xin Yuan Cheng said with a serious expression at this time, Classmate Lin, this is a flower spirit that is about to condense its beast core. However, after being pressed down by you, its neck has been broken. I'm afraid that once all of its blood essence is gone, it will wither and die. Ah, then what do we do? And Lin's face was filled with guilt when he heard this. This flower spirit could already speak, so it must have been blessed by the heavens and earth. It wasn't easy for the flower spirit to cultivate, but he had just sat on it and killed it. In reality, he was quite embarrassed. After the red flower heard Xin Yuan Cheng's words, it knew that it didn't have long to live. Its body trembled, and it almost fainted from crying. And there is a method, Xin Yuan Cheng said in a low voice. What method is it? Quickly say it. The flower spirit was feeling weak all over, and it might really die soon. It anxiously spoke at this time. The flower spirit's neck has been broken, and its energy essence is constantly flowing out. At this time, if we can make a master and servant contract with a cultivator, the master can use the power of the contract to provide energy to the flower spirit, and we can solve the problem of its energy essence dissipating. Maintain it until the flower spirit condenses its beast core, and we can completely solve this problem, Xin Yuan Cheng said in a serious tone. This was a matter of life and death. So how could the flower spirit hesitate? It immediately said, I agree, I agree. After saying that, it looked pitifully at the three people around it. It knew that the three of them were cultivators. As long as one of them agreed to sign a contract with it, its life would be saved. Because of my bloodline, I can't casually make a contract, Su Xiaolen said first. Due to my special cultivation technique, I cannot casually establish a contract, Xin Yuan Cheng said with a serious expression. Thus, the two humans and the demon turned their gazes to Lin. And Lin, he was the main straw that crushed the flower fairies, so naturally he had to take this responsibility. However, he was not a casual person. He had to understand the situation first. And, by the way, can you fly? And Lin looked at the flower fairy and asked. He actually wanted to raise a majestic spirit beast like Dabai. He really didn't have any interest in flower fairies. The flower fairy knew that its last hope of survival was placed on Lin. When it heard his question, it almost cried out, Have you ever seen a flower fly in the sky? And Lin sighed in disappointment and continued to ask, Then what are your specialties? Specialties? The flower fairy thought about it and happily said, I can take root. I can photosynthesize. I can also cultivate. And Lin, Xin Yuan Cheng, Su Xiaolen, when the flower fairy saw the expressions of the three people, it seemed to know that its specialties weren't right. Its flower body swayed slightly, and it looked pitifully at Lin. And Lin slapped his forehead and sighed, Forget it, I deserve to owe you. Let's sign the contract. When the flower fairy heard this, Du came out again, and it said with a sobbing tone, Thank you. Thank you. Big Brother and Lin is really a good person. Don't casually give me a good person card. And Lin glared at the flower fairy. The flower fairy shrank back in fright, not knowing what it had done wrong again. And Lin had learned the immortal technique of signing a master-servant contract when he was at Xiaoxian United University. He didn't think that it would be put to use so quickly. He formed hand seals, and his vital energy surged. Then he cut open his finger, and a drop of golden blood appeared on his fingertip. Now, you must absorb this drop of blood without any resistance. And Lin said to the flower fairy, after he finished speaking, he dripped the drop of golden blood onto the flower fairy's petal. The blood slowly seeped into the flower fairy's body. The flower fairy let out a delicate cry, and its body began to tremble. very quickly, and Lin found that he had some kind of connection with the flower fairy. At this time, his vital energy began to teleport towards the flower fairy, and Lin sighed. He plucked the flower fairy and placed it in his pocket. As a result, from today onwards, and Lin had a demon pet that ate his rice. Phew! Master's pocket is so warm, I like it. The flower fairy felt that its vitality was slowly recovering. It was time to flatter and make its master happy. After all, it still had to rely on him to condense a demon core in the future. And Lin lightly snorted and said, "You eat my vital energy every day, so you have to pay me in the future. 100 spirit stones a day, no bargaining." "Oh, okay." The flower fairy readily agreed. Although it didn't know what spirit stones were, it agreed first. It wouldn't make its master angry. When Su Xiaolan saw this, she giggled. She felt that letting Lin be its master was really pitiful for this flower fairy. "That's right, master. Little flower still doesn't have a name. How about you give me one?" The flower fairy originally wanted to give itself a name after transforming, but now that it had already signed a contract with Lin, it wouldn't be good to give itself a name. And this is a problem. And Lin rubbed his chin. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Your body is bright red. How about we call you Little Red?" Xianyuan Cheng and Su Xiaolan both trembled when they heard this, and they almost spat out. The flower fairy in the pocket that was full of excitement also fell into silence at this time. After a long time, a voice rang out. "Master, how about we change our name?" A drop of dew appeared on the flower fairy's petal as it spoke in an aggrieved voice. The name Little Red to the flower fairy was similar to the human names Li Go Dan or Wang Er Sha. There were tens of thousands of flowers in the world, but you named them with colors. Wasn't this insulting flowers? No. And Lin said with a determined expression, "I think this name suits you very well. Little Red, you have to believe in Master's eyes." And Little Red understands. Master's name is the best. The flower fairy's sweet voice came from the pocket. It really was very sad, but it still had to maintain its smile. Who told it to live under someone else's roof? Hearing the flower fairy's words, and Lin nodded his head with a satisfied expression. Xianyuan Cheng and Su Xiaolan looked at Lin's pocket with sympathetic gazes, wanting to say something but hesitating. And Lin did not know that the flower fairy was already in his pocket, filled with sadness. Why is my pocket wet? Little Red, are you all right?" And Lin walked on the road and found that a small part of his pocket was wet, so he spoke in a worried voice. "No, it's nothing. Little Red is just thinking about leaving its homeland, so it's a bit sad." The flower fairy sobbed. It would not tell Lin that it was crying because of its name. Chapter 48. And Lin and the others walked on the mountain. Their top priority was to get to the rendezvous point. Logically speaking, they should have landed at the Baiyun Temple on the outskirts of Chengdu. However, even an idiot knew that they must have landed in the wrong place. There was no Taoist temple nearby. They were surrounded by mountains. Apart from the green forest, there was nothing else. Right now, they didn't even know where they were. After walking for about an hour, and Lin finally saw a road. He was overjoyed. Now that there was a road, he could ask any driver to find out where they were. He could even use a car to get to the Baiyun Temple in Chengdu. A human is trapped. It's a demon beast. Xianyuan Cheng's expression froze. His body flashed, and he rushed forward. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were also startled as a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Boom! A car that was running on the road was stopped by Xianyuan Cheng with his bare hands. The entire front of the car was dented by his hands. Then, a terrifying sound of metal screeching was heard. Rip! Xianyuan Cheng tore the car in half with his bare hands. Then he pulled off the tentacle that was binding the human and carried him in his arms. Then he dashed to the side. Boom! The car exploded. Xianyuan Cheng held the man in his arms. A gentle smile appeared on his face. That was close. Are you okay? The man's eyes widened. His face was ashen, and his lips trembled. Ghost? Alien? Ah. Xian Yuanqing sighed and shook his head. He understood the man's condition. Obviously, the man was scared out of his wits by the demon beast. And Lin and Su Xiaolan stood by the side of the road. When they saw this scene, their mouths formed an O shape. Su Xiaolan was very serious in her studies. She knew that the thing running on the road was not a demon beast, but a car. As for Lin, he had never seen a demon beast tear a demon beast apart, but now Brother Qing showed him how to tear a car apart with his bare hands. F***CK, he tore a car apart with his bare hands. How could he not be shocked? After a while, Lin and Su Xiaolan recovered. Big Brother Cheng. Lin walked over and reminded him seriously, the thing that was running on the road was a car, not a demonic beast. After listening to Lin's words, Xian Yuanqing fell into deep thought. Oh, I remember now. That's a man-made machine. No wonder I couldn't sense any signs of life. Xian Yuanqing's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Then he looked apologetically at the chubby man in his arms and said, I'm sorry I was reckless and accidentally tore your car apart. I'll compensate you next time. The slightly plump man was already pale with fright. When he heard Xian Yuanqing's words, he shook his head like a rattle drum. No, you don't have to pay. I'm just begging you to let me go. My meat is too greasy and unpalatable. I eat hormone food every day and breathe in smog every day. My meat is poisonous. Xian Yuanqing and Lin Su Xiaolan. Did this middle-aged man think they were man-eating monsters? And Lin sighed. He walked over to the middle-aged man and used a memory erasure technique. This was an immortal technique that every cultivator had to learn before descending into the mortal world. Its purpose was to avoid the current situation. After the man's memory was erased, he fell into a coma. Xian Yuanqing placed him on the ground and cooperated with Lin by using a recovery technique on him. The middle-aged man slowly regained consciousness. His expression shifted slightly when he saw 3 strangers standing in front of him. Where am I? Why am I here? The middle-aged man felt a little dizzy. He tried hard to recall. He only remembered that he was driving a car. Why was he suddenly lying on the ground? At this moment, a handsome young man said with a smile, Uncle, you've been lying here the entire time. We just happened to pass by and saw you lying on the side of the road. We were worried, so we came to take care of you. Also, is that your car on the side of the road? He pointed in the direction of the road as he spoke. The middle-aged man looked toward the side of the road and saw the smoking wreckage, as well as the charred license plate number. His mouth gaped open. Holy F***CK! My car exploded. That's right. That's really strange. You're not injured, so what happened? And Lin looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity. Xian Yuanqing and Su Xiaolan also looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. It had to be said that their acting skills were really good. The middle-aged man looked at the 3 of them with a dumbstruck expression. He discovered that they were also looking at him with curiosity. Finally, he pulled out his phone with trembling hands. He took a picture of the car and called the police. Thanks to the middle-aged man, and Lin and the others also hitched a ride with the traffic police. And Lin described himself as a kind-hearted young man who got out of the car midway and helped the middle-aged man. After his speech, the middle-aged man was so touched that he was muddled. After being touched, the 2 of them chatted happily. In the face of the middle-aged man's gratitude and being touched, Xian Yuanqing, the main culprit who tore the car with his bare hands, blushed and felt a little embarrassed. And Lin will find a way to compensate this middle-aged man. Xian Yuanqing whispered in Lin's ear, and Lin smiled and said, Don't worry, the relevant departments of the country will help us clean up our mess. We'll find someone to pick us up and then let them handle it. Xian Yuan Cheng heard Enlin's words and breathed a sigh of relief. The guilt in his heart finally lessened a little. The middle-aged man's name was Zheng Hongbang, and he happened to be from Chengdu. The place where the accident happened was not far from Chengdu, only about 50 kilometers away. After an hour of driving, they arrived at their destination. Enlin did not have the leisure to go to the police station with them to make a statement, so he used the great amnesia spell on everyone in the car. After everyone in the car fainted, he got out of the car with Xian Yuan Cheng and Su Xiaolan and left. Chengdu was the largest city in the southwest and had the reputation of being the land of abundance. Enlin's hometown was Shanqing, which was not far from Chengdu. He usually came to Chengdu for a walk when he had nothing to do, so he had a certain understanding of the place. Therefore, as soon as he got out of the car, he took Su Xiaolan and Xian Yuan Cheng to walk around. Chengdu was full of high-rise buildings, and the area around Chuanchi Road was even more lively. All kinds of shops dotted the area, and countless delicious food and restaurants were eye-catching. There was also a bustling crowd walking on the street. It was a bustling scene. It was the first time that Su Xiaolan and Xian Yuan Cheng came to the mortal world. When they saw the dazzling array of new things, they widened their eyes and looked around in amazement. Fortunately, they were all from famous sects and clans in the cultivation world. Although they were amazed by these new things, they would not act too exaggeratedly. At least, things like Xian Yuan Cheng tearing a car with his bare hands wouldn't happen again. All right, Enlin, don't we need to go to Baiyun Temple to meet with the people who will pick us up first? After walking for a long time, Su Xiaolan remembered that they had not gone to meet with the people who will pick them up yet, and Lin smiled and shook his head. Before we came, our homeroom teacher told us that Baiyun Temple is a very secretive Taoist temple. Ordinary people do not know the existence of this Taoist temple. We landed at the wrong place, so we don't know the specific location of Baiyun Temple. In this case, instead of looking for the people who will pick us up, why don't we let them find us? And Lin continued. Hearing that, Xian Yuan Cheng nodded. Yes, this is indeed a good idea. We just need to create some unnatural phenomena, and I think some observation departments will take the initiative to search for us. It will save us a lot of effort. Exactly. We will take action at night. Let's have some fun during the day. And Lin smiled. Chapter 49. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xian Yuan Cheng played in the metropolis for an entire day. Under the leadership of Enlin, they had a great time and spent all the money in the 5 wallets. Ah, you want to ask where the wallets came from. Xian Yuan Cheng released his divine sense and could always find some hooligans who were looking for trouble in the corner. So he showed up to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and then took away some property. It was that simple. The habit of beating monsters for equipment and robbing treasures had always been a tradition in the cultivation world. Coming to the mortal world, it was natural to continue to carry forward this excellent inheritance. Don't you think so? And Lin and the others bought a few clothes, then ate a spicy hot pot, and then walked 100 steps after dinner. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that they decided to start making some big news. At the top of a tall building, there stood 3 people facing the wind. This area was extremely prosperous, with dazzling neon lights constantly flashing. No one would notice the 3 people standing on top of their heads. Come on, please start your performance. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with a smile. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly and casually formed a spell. Suddenly, the surrounding elemental energy surged crazily. A soft cry spread in all directions. Then a 3-meter tall flaming phoenix soared into the sky and exploded high in the sky. Boom! The explosion of the flames was accompanied by a loud sound, and the sky within a radius of 3 meters was reflected red. On the ground, countless people were attracted by the sound and the flames, and then they looked up and saw a shocking scene. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Why is the sky on fire? It's not as simple as a fire. I just saw a firebird flying into the sky. That's why there's such a scene. You're bragging. Do you think the X-Men in Marvel came here to fight? Fire Phoenix. But what's with the flames in the sky? It's too unscientific. The scene of the Fire Phoenix flying into the sky happened too quickly, so not many people saw it. However, the scene of the flames spreading in the sky was witnessed by many people. Some of the quicker ones even took out their phones to take pictures and upload them to their WeChat moments. In an instant, the news spread rapidly in their WeChat moments. Although many people thought that these pictures were photoshopped, they still couldn't stop the pictures from going viral in their WeChat moments because the pictures were too F*** realistic. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Xianyuan Cheng took out a spell formation that could emit vital energy waves. Any cultivator would be able to find the source of the vital energy waves and find them. Sure enough, about half an hour later, there was some movement downstairs. There were 7 or 8 people who had come, and their average cultivation base was around the 5th stage Tao body. In the context of Earth, this was already considered a pretty good strength. Among them, a tall and slender woman with long hair walked out. She was dressed in black, casual clothes. The female's cultivation base wasn't bad. She was already at the 7th stage Tao body. She should be the leader of that group of people. After seeing Enlin and the others, although she was puzzled, she was very calm and steady. She said, "I'm Huang Shanshan, the captain of the 2nd team of the National Special Operations Department. May I ask why you're releasing immortal spells on a large scale here?" "You're Huang Shanshan." And Lin's escort for this mission was Huang Shanshan. When he heard this name, he immediately took out a token from his storage ring and said, "We are envoys from the Celestial Court, Qingdu Baiyun Temple." Seeing the familiar token, Huang Shanshan no longer had any doubts in her heart. She bowed respectfully and said, "So it's Lord Immortal Messenger who has arrived. Junior did not welcome you properly. Please forgive me." After she finished speaking, the 7 or 8 attendants behind her also bowed in unison, their movements very orderly. As for why Enlin and the others were here instead of at the Baiyun Temple, Huang Shanshan did not have any intention to ask. Instead, she immediately started to arrange their food, clothing, and accommodation. This made Xianyuan Cheng and the others involuntarily look up to this Huang Shanshan. The Immortal Messenger released an immortal spell to let her determine the coordinates, which meant that the coordinates where they landed were wrong. Regarding this matter, she could also deduce in her heart. The difficult part was that she did not show the slightest intention to understand the cause of this matter, and only did her best to do what she was supposed to do. From this, it could be seen that this woman was very shrewd and capable. Huang Shanshan handed the 3 of them a bank card each. There was 1 billion yuan in the card, and they could spend the money as they pleased. If there was no money in it, they could inform her, and she would immediately help them top up. Since the Immortal Messenger was helping to slay demons, they naturally would not let these yellow and white things restrict the hands and feet of the Immortal Messenger. As for these ordinary things, Xianyuan Cheng just calmly put the card into his storage ring. However, Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She had only spent a few thousand yuan today, so she knew that this 1 billion yuan was already a huge sum of money. Being able to buy as much as they wanted was an extremely joyful thing for any girl. And Lin also put away the card with satisfaction. Purchasing king. He was definitely going to become one. Huang Shanshan led Lin and the others to Chengdu's Crown Plaza Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel, and it was the property of the number 1 clan in the southwest, the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Hongyi, was already waiting at the entrance of the hotel to welcome Enlin and the others. As the head of the number 1 clan in the southwest, he had the right to know some secrets, and it was precisely because of this that he was extremely respectful toward Enlin and the others, not daring to slight them in the slightest. Immortal Messenger, I've prepared all the electronic equipment and daily necessities you need for your activities in the mortal world in the presidential suite. If there's anything else you need, feel free to tell Little Zhang, and Little Zhang will do his best to satisfy your needs. Zhang Hongyi bowed slightly, and his big belly shrunk as he spoke with a fawning expression. A 40 to 50-year-old uncle kept referring to himself as Little Zhang, and Enlin was really not used to it. However, when he heard the name Zhang Hongyi, a person's name suddenly popped up in his mind. Little Zhang, do you know a person named Zhang Hongbang? And Lin also noticed that their appearances were somewhat similar, so he asked. Zhang Hongyi instantly became excited when he heard this. I do, he's my younger cousin. And Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh, it's like this. Today, we accidentally tore your cousin's car apart. I have a bank card here. Transfer some money to your cousin and buy him a good car. Even though Zhang Hongyi was a seasoned veteran, he was still quite shocked when he heard Enlin's words. What the F***CK? Could an immortal messenger tear apart a car with his bare hands? Zhang Hongyi reacted extremely quickly, and he immediately said, respectfully, My cousin has long wanted to get a new car. He wanted to throw that car away for a long time, but you tore it apart. I can't even thank you enough. How can I accept your money? When Enlin heard this, he knew that Zhang Hongyi was unwilling to accept his money, so he could only resentfully take back the bank card. Right at this moment, Zhang Hongyi said with a fawning smile, If a mortal messenger likes to tear apart cars with your bare hands, how about I arrange for 100 cars for you to tear apart for fun tomorrow? Don't worry, I have whatever model of car you want to tear apart. Zhang Hongyi patted his chest as he spoke. Uft! Su Xiaolan burst into laughter when she heard this, and Lin, on the other hand, waved his hand awkwardly, indicating that there was no need for the trouble. As for the main culprit, Xian Yuancheng, his extremely handsome face turned slightly red, and he began to turn his face away. Chapter 50. After bidding farewell to the very enthusiastic Zhang Hongyi, Enlin and the others moved into the presidential suite. The living room of the suite was filled with all kinds of trendy electronic products. Enlin glanced at these products and felt that the first thing he needed to do was to teach Xian Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan how to use a mobile phone. In the mortal world, with a mobile phone in hand, basically anything could be solved. Whether it was communication, shopping, or searching for information, it could all be done with a mobile phone. Both of them were relatively smart people, so they learned quickly. And Lin only taught for half an hour, and they had mastered the basic operation of a mobile phone. They even began to familiarize themselves with the use of some essential software. After that, Enlin left and let them play by themselves. The trip to Kunlun Mountain to strengthen the seal of the Demon Pagoda was set for 10 days later. They still had a period of time to move freely in the mortal world and do what they wanted. The next day, Enlin put on a set of sportswear and walked to the street, starting his career as a shopping agent. As for Su Xiaolan and Xian Yuancheng, they also had their own activities, doing things that interested them. The task of purchasing 30,000 spirit stones was not a simple task, and there was no lack of particularly tricky items. This would be mentioned later, and Lin planned to start with the simple ones first. He swaggered into an electronics store and then bought more than a dozen air conditioners, more than 20 oversized widescreen TVs, hundreds of high-end computers, hundreds of mobile phones, and more than 200 single-lens reflex cameras. His actions directly scared the shopping guide, and finally the general manager of the electronics store was alarmed, suspecting that someone had come to cause trouble. But in the end, Enlin walked out of the electronics store under the flattering smile of the general manager of the electronics store. The things he wanted to buy had been sent to a specific location. After buying the electronics, it was time to buy jewelry. The requirements for jewelry were somewhat varied, and there were all kinds. And Lin was holding a list, and even he was a little annoyed looking at it. Just as he was walking on the road, a crisp and sweet voice suddenly came. And Lin! This voice was somewhat familiar to him, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look. Then he saw a beautiful woman with long hair looking at him with a shocked expression. Lin Wuhua. And Lin couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw the pure and beautiful girl in front of him. Lin Wuhua was Lin's girlfriend, whom he had met in university. In fact, they had only been together for a few days when Lin's family was in trouble. Lin Wuhua had left him after learning that he owed her a few $1,000,000. Regarding this matter, Lin actually did not have much prejudice. They hadn't known each other for long, and their feelings for each other were very thin. Who would be willing to live an endless life of debt repayment with a person who owed millions? Therefore, Lin had already let go of the past. He smiled at Lin Wuhua and said, "Yo, long time no see." He noticed the luxuriously dressed man next to Lin Wuhua. That man should be Lin Wuhua's current boyfriend, right? It seemed that the gaze he was looking at him wasn't very friendly. Lin Wuhua softly grunted. She looked at Lin and felt that Lin's temperament seemed to have become somewhat different. She hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth and said, "Actually, I was quite worried about you when you suddenly disappeared from school. How have you been recently?" In response to her greeting, Lin smiled. Just as he was about to reply, the man next to her said impatiently, "Wuhua, why are you wasting your breath on this person who owes millions of dollars? People like him will only be like that for the rest of their lives." The man noticed the way Lin Wuhua looked at Lin and felt very uncomfortable. He knew that Lin was Lin Wuhua's ex-boyfriend, and because of this relationship he had some other thoughts. The man smiled disdainfully at Lin and said, "I really don't know how a person like you can still stand here so confidently. Just because Wuhua is polite to you, you really think that you are someone important?" Hearing this, Lin was stunned. He thought to himself, is there something wrong with this man? What exactly is going on in this person's head? He's shooting off fists the moment they meet. In the end, he looked at Lin Wuhua with some sympathy and said, "In any case, you are a student at Huaqin University. No matter how much you need a boyfriend, you don't have to find someone like him, right?" Hearing this, Lin Wuhua's face also became somewhat red. It was unknown whether it was from shame or anger. "What did you say?" Hearing this, the man immediately exploded. "Do you know who I am? I am now the boss of a company with assets of tens of millions of dollars. You are a person who is destined to never be able to make a comeback. What right do you have to talk about me here?" The man glared angrily at Lin and shouted loudly. Lin still didn't say anything, but the gaze he looked at Lin Wuhua became even more sympathetic. "That's enough, Gao Peng." Lin Wuhua's face was angry as she shouted to stop him. It was as if Gao Peng had eaten gunpowder today. He was targeting Lin at every turn, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Lin Wuhua's shout did not have any effect. Gao Peng had no intention of stopping at all. It seemed as if he was enjoying the feeling of targeting Lin. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the sound of an emergency brake sounded near Lin. A red Ferrari sports car just happened to stop right next to him. Under the sunlight, the car's body was covered with a faint halo like a burning flower. The design of this Ferrari was very eye-catching, instantly attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Immediately after, the car door opened and a woman wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts alighted from the car. The woman's slender and well-proportioned thighs were exposed, extremely dazzling. On top of the slender and graceful figure was a pure and flawless face that could turn all living things upside down. Her beauty was filled with youth and vitality, but also appeared noble and otherworldly. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all passers-by, even stealing the limelight of the Ferrari. Just like that, the woman walked to Lin's side with a smile and said in a charming voice, "Hi, Lin, I found you." This woman, who suddenly appeared, was Su Xiaolan. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuhua was extremely surprised. In her heart, she was puzzled as to why Lin would know such a woman. She turned her head to look at Gao Peng and discovered that he was actually staring at the woman. His entire person was stunned. Seeing that he was so disappointing, Lin Wuhua couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Su Xiaolan looked at the two people in front of Lin and asked curiously, Are these two your friends? And Lin smiled indifferently and introduced them. This is Lin Wuhua, my ex-girlfriend. The one beside her is her current boyfriend, President Gao. Huh. Hearing this, Su Xiaolan was shocked. However, she quickly regained her senses and looked at the top of Lin's head, where there was a faint green light. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she smiled sweetly and held onto Lin's arm with her pure, white, jade-like arm. Then she looked at Lin Wuhua with interest and said with a smile, Big brother, I have to say, you must have been blind to actually like this kind of mediocre girl. You. What did you say? This was the first time that Lin Wuhua was called mediocre. She immediately became angry and looked at Su Xiaolan with shame and indignation. Actually, Lin Wuhua could already be considered a beauty. However, compared to the extremely dazzling Su Xiaolan, she was somewhat lacking. Comparing the two was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Therefore, although she was angry, she couldn't say anything. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hello, my name is Gao Peng. May I know your name, miss? Gao Peng recovered from his shock and actually took the initiative to extend his right hand. He spoke with a smile, as if he wanted to get to know her. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuhua almost fainted from anger. Didn't you see that your girlfriend was just being bullied by her? What's wrong with you? Su Xiaolan was slightly stunned. Then her expression became even more interesting. She ignored Gao Peng's extended hand and said happily, Haha, big brother, I didn't expect your ex-girlfriend to be even more blind. Lin Wuhua's body swayed, and she was so angry that she almost lost her balance. This was really a critical hit. At this moment, Gao Peng also came to his senses and withdrew his hand with a livid expression. Big brother, do you still want to play house with these two insignificant people? Don't forget about the important matters. Su Xiaolan continued to hold onto Lin's arm and said in a sweet voice, looking like a little bird that was relying on its master. This scene was seen by many passers-by, and they looked at Lin with envy and jealousy. Hearing this, Lin also shook his head helplessly. Let's go, I just happened to pass by here. I didn't expect a clown to suddenly appear and keep performing there. Hearing this, Lin Wuhua's face flushed red. Gao Peng's body even trembled slightly, but he was unable to open his mouth to refute. Just the Ferrari Enzo that the girl was driving was worth 30 million. It was enough to buy 3 companies like his, and Lin was suspected to be her boyfriend. How could he be someone who owed a few million? One could imagine how laughable his words and actions were. Thinking back to Lin's previous calm expression, it seemed like the other party really was treating him like a clown. Gao Peng only wanted to find a hole to hide in now. This was 2F** king embarrassing. Just like that, under the gaze of countless passers-by, Lin and Su Xiaolan got into the Ferrari. Under the scorching sun, they looked like a ball of red flames as they sped away on the road.